As we start today's session, we will take a little break from the crew of Deep Space 17 to go back into the past, where a group of JAG officers work to save a young petty officer from a possible court-martial and extradition to the Cardassian Union. I will start it off by reading the captain's log from the USS Nimitz. Captain's log, 38-46163.1. The USS Nimitz has arrived at the Minos Korva system and has journeyed to the fourth planet in the system, a Class M planetoid, where a Federation colony has been in development for the past 20 years. An incident has occurred on the surface of the planet involving a Starfleet officer and a Cardassian civilian. The Cardassian Union has dispatched a vessel of their own and has demanded the extradition of the Starfleet officers for a crime against one of their own people. Starfleet JAG has sent in 3 special investigators to handle the investigation allegations against the young officer. While the Nimitz will do our best to support the JAG Corp on this one, my senior staff and I will be dealing with Gol Sorek to try and keep the peace between our two governments. The Federation has intervened in the court-martial of the officer and is allowing the Cardassians to sit 3 judges in the panel along with the neutral party member. While I have set aside my personal feelings on the matter, the diplomatic corps has said this is the best option for a peaceful outcome than giving the Cardassians the system. End log. Two of you have been called to the captain of the Excelsior class ship for a little briefing before you beam down to conduct your investigation.
Clarence?
I should probably ask, who is the lead for your team?
Clarence.
Someone is muted.
The other guy.
I have to be the lead all the time, Mr. Marshall. I think it's your time to shine.
But you get so much practice at it.
All right, screw it. Jacobs is gonna shakily walk up to the captain just as his typical movements aboard ever since he got off planet, he's not hugely enamored with being on a ship. But as he steps to the back of the chair and kind of reaches his hand out to brace himself and grab it for a little support, he says, "Captain, I think the team is looking good so far."
Good. Have you been fully briefed on the case?
I believe so. I truly do. I'm gonna check to make sure that the team members have as well, and perhaps have a little meeting about it before we beam over, if that's okay with you.
Very well. But don't wait too long. A man's life is at risk.
I agree. Captain, if I may,
Go on.
Captain, typically, if I understand it correctly, these type of investigations, even with profiles such as this, are typically handled by the men on the ground. Should I is there anything you need me to know before I enter this investigation?
Unfortunately, the diplomatic corps has arranged that three high-profile Cardassians will be attending and will have a voice to say at the trial, along with a neutral representative. Well, wouldn't call the individual a neutral party, considering it's someone from the Romulan Imperial Navy.
Well, uh, with all due respect, Captain, I'd say that's about as neutral as we can get, and let's just thank God that nobody invited the Tholians. However, and I'm gonna look back to Marshall. Um, Marshall, do you have any questions?
Curious whose bright idea it was to invite the Romulans as a neutral party. They're never neutral in matters involving the Federation.
That would be the Federation Council and the Cardassian Union, Lieutenant.
Well,
Cases like
even
these, as you are aware of, would involve a full line of 7 or more Starfleet officers.
Captain, what can you tell us about the prosecutor, in case this case might not be overly reliant on fact?
He is a Cardassian. That's all I can tell you.
case to be
Well,
prosecuted according to Federation law or Cardassian law.
We have given them a full the relevant papers to conduct an investigation such as this.
well then, uh, I think, Captain, I think we've taken up a little bit of your time. Clarence, why don't we take a walk uh to find Thanar, and as we uh as we do, let's try to discuss some opening notes. Maybe we can tackle this a particular way.
If you wish. Has there been other attorneys involved already?
I think we're the lucky first, but surely we don't need to take up any more of the captain's time.
Oh, sure.
And I'll um I'll take my hands off of the back of the chair, and I turn without taking a step, and then realize I've forgotten something, and hands go right back to the chair as I look at the captain and say, "Permission to be dismissed, sir."
Permission granted.
Thank you, sir. And I'll I'll head out of the office, and as soon as I get to the hallway or the corridor, I'll start putting a hand along one wall. Um,
You all
it,
right, LP?
I'm okay. I'm just, well, quite frankly, I don't. There's a reason I don't leave planet side often. These, let's just say I'm feeling a little exposed.
Well, you got agrophoria or something like that?
Well, I wouldn't say exactly that, Clarence. I'd say more like, well, I'm afraid of one of the many possibilities out here of us, running into a meteor, uh, the ship blowing up. Space, quite frankly, I get that when I'm on the planet, I'm still in space, but I kind of feel like the planet's a big enough shield, and, well, it's it's a little tough being out here. I feel like I don't have my bearing.
Okay, you should see a counselor about that.
I do, but now's not the time. However, we do have limited time till we get to our last member. We should probably discuss. I know we haven't been working together too long. If we're gonna go up against a Cardassian prosecutor, we should know where our strengths are.
Well, Cardassian prosecutors shouldn't be that difficult in the courtroom. They're not used to having to actually argue cases. Cardassian, Cardassian adjudications and sentences are decided well prior to trial.
Well, I can't fault them for that particular route. I myself don't have a huge amount of courtroom experience. The fact is, I'm pretty good at seeing if something's amiss, but I'm pretty bad at explaining why.
I mean, there's always the chance that we can reach a plea bargain before this thing even goes to trial. Yeah, that's what Cardassians are used to anyway.
Sounds like music to my ears.
We'll have to talk to our client, see if he's amenable to a plea bargain and what he's willing to accept.
That's fair, and I think after we do, if he isn't, once we check out the evidence, and, well, we'll get a pretty good idea of what direction this is going. Um, well, we might have to try to convince him.
Yeah, it all depends on the strength of the prosecution's case. We'll get the clients. We'll get our client side of the story. Review the security profile and the investigation. See which way it stacks.
I just wish we could have been on a planet for it.
Now we're perfectly safe up here. There's, uh, there's no earthquakes, snakes, wild mountain lions, hailstorms, tornadoes, hurricanes. None of those things up here.
You're right, Clarence. There's only hostiles and, well, hostile species, hostile environment, and, well, the fact that we're in a vacuum in a glorified tin can.
No, it's a Duranium can. Perfectly safe. You sure they don't have you on anti-anxiety meds? You taking your meds today?
Messes with my focus.
Apparently, so does being in space.
Oh, you get me at the scene and I'll lock right in. It's just getting there that's the problem.
Yeah. So you told the captain that we had a team. Is it just you and me?
No,
Well,
computer, uh, locate Shas Thanar.
Lieutenant Das Lenar is in 10 forward.
Oh, looks like we're just a doorway away from him.
well, let's go see him.
After you.
Besides, it sounds like he's in a bar. Which one is he?
Uh, I'm gonna look around. Oh, he's Andorian. There he is, right at the well, right at the bar.
Excellent.
Marshall Jacobs.
LT.
Thanar will do.
Sorry, Mr.
Where?
Thanar.
Lieutenant. Yes, nice to meet you. Yeah, I saw your profiles. I saw you coming in, so just looking over my notes. Did you have a briefing about this yet?
Uh, a small one. Um, it looks like we're gonna be receiving. We've received most of the information already, and uh, the rest we'll have to fill in for ourselves once we get there. However, I've come to understand that there's going to be a panel, including 3 Cardassian judges and a Romulan.
Cardassian judges. He's already guilty and going to be sentenced to death if he gets in their hands.
Well, that's a fair perspective, Mr. Thanar, but
Lieutenant. But you can call me Shas, that's fine.
Shas, thank you. And please call me Matt. But
Sure.
the fact is, I think it's probably a safe bet uh, that the Cardassians will lean their way, as will the Federation members, which leaves us our lone Romulan uh, arbiter.
There are no bets in this case. It's all about the truth and finding evidence to prove it, one way or the other.
One would really hope so. We've got to make sure to find that evidence.
Definitely.
But let's remember that our job isn't the truth. Our job is providing an effective defense for our client. Mhm. So if he's guilty, then our job's to find a procedural error, some mistake made on the behalf of security. Find some way that
Do you really want an officer who has committed murder to be serving alongside the rest of Starfleet personnel?
well, Lieutenant, our job as a defense team, is to provide the best defense possible for our client. That means
That's also a bridge we can cross if we come to it.
It is also to serve the truth, and I am prepared to do so. But I understand the intention, yes.
you're not normally a defense attorney, are you, LT?
Who are you speaking with?
Yeah, the Andorian.
No, I mean, you can call me Thanar or you can call me Shoss. Lieutenant Thanar or Shoss.
Lieutenant Thanar.
Thank you.
Work in defense is a little different from working the prosecution. If you're a prosecutor, your job is the truth. If you're a defendant, you're a defense attorney, your job is due process and to ensure that our client and his due process rights are protected.
Certainly.
We do that by giving him a vigorous defense, and we don't assume that he's a murderer.
I did not say so. I just want to make sure that we know what the truth is in this case, and we'll find that out.
Well, this is what the prosecutor can prove. Our job is to shape it to the benefit of our clients.
Fair enough.
If we do our job, the prosecution does its job, then the truth will come out.
I have to
Great.
say, I'm pretty interested in meeting this prosecutor.
Well, we've got the initial case file. We'll need the files from Starfleet Security. We'll need to review those for any due process violations. If we get lucky and they forgot to read him his rights or conducted an illegal search, and we can get evidence thrown out. We'll need to get our client side of the story, and then we can go from there.
Well, perhaps we should talk to him, get as much information that we can use on his defense. He claimed self-defense, and we'll have to find out the circumstance that he found himself there.
Well, we want to talk to him first. Or we want to see what security has, so we can catch our client if when he tries to lie to us.
If that is how you want to proceed, more information is important. Matt, what do you think?
It's an interesting perspective that you both have. It's quite different, and I have to say, I'm a little torn between them. I'm hoping that the situation doesn't force one or the other.
Well, how much defense work have you done, Lieutenant Jacobs?
Researching mostly, I'm pretty good at looking over the scenes, and while I'm one hell of a consultant to have in the room, um, but so I've got ample experience on that side of it. However, as I told you, actually arguing the case, hmm, well, I've managed to get some violations overturned.
How much trial experience you got?
I'm familiar with the law and Starfleet JAG protocols.
I mean, how much time have you spent in the courtroom, lieutenants?
I've been around. I don't know. It hasn't been my first offense, but I would say I am not as much acumen in such things. But we can figure this out. How about yourself?
Well, I spent several years as a defense attorney, private defense attorney, before I joined Starfleet. Taught law at the academy for a while. Kind of miss being in the courtroom.
Well, here's
You
your
don't get to be in
chance.
the courtroom when you work at the academy. So I re-enlisted.
People who are capable do. People who aren't teach.
No, I didn't know Andorians had their own version of Murphy's Law. That's interesting.
I keep up on as many styles of law within the Federation and also just to know who I'm dealing with. What can you tell me about the Cardassians and the Romulans?
Okay. With that, as the three of you converse, we're gonna go over to the theater of mind with the Cardassians. Dahl, I'm just assume you know why you've been called for.
Of course, sir. Seems fairly straightforward if we can, you know, convince the Federation that they're still the Federation and not a bunch of lawless thugs.
Then your position on the matter is clear.
Extradition?
That is the goal. Even
I
if
understand.
our Cardassian brothers chose to live on a Federation world, it is a good place for us to flex our diplomatic capabilities among the Federation in regards to our people and our citizens.
Of course. We are outraged at their treatment of our fellows.
Indeed.
I foresee no issues with this plan. Really, the evidence as we've been presented by the Federation certainly seems to support our position.
Then it should be a trivial matter for victory on your part.
Well, no victory is trivial, Gull. Especially when it concerns Cardassia.
Don't underestimate the Starfleet end for trickery, Dahl. Be ever vigilant in this trial.
Of course, sir. And this will be good experience for Wessa.
Indeed, she has a bright future. She
When are they expecting me?
soon, we should arrive at Minos Korva shortly.
You know, I believe I had a cousin served here once upon a time.
And one day this planet will be ours again.
And I will build him a fitting memorial.
Indeed. I look forward to your success. You're dismissed.
Aye, sir. Well, this should be interesting, Wessa, don't you think?
Indeed. I am grateful you're allowing me to assist you on this matter, sir.
Of course. And you've researched the applicable Federation laws?
I have. Have several loopholes, but ones that we could use to our convenience on this matter.
What are your opinions of their due process?
That those claim to be that you are innocent until proven is a foolish matter.
Indeed, it undermines the very reason for the state. Just the thought of it.
Perhaps we'll teach them a thing or two about Cardassian law and bureaucracy.
If it's a lesson they're prepared to learn, I'm sure we will. Very good. Let's be off.
Of course, sir. With that, we're going to enter the second scene of today's session. Essentially, this part is essentially you guys have a chance to gather any additional information on the planet's surface and talk to any of the parties involved. We'll start with the defense first on this one. Where would the defense like to go first?
We need to speak to the arresting officers or investigators.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that.
We should also talk to Renice about the situation there before and after the incident.
I'd also like to find out a little bit more about the actual protest and whether or not they were on solid ground.
It's an interesting perspective, Lieutenant Jacobs. How do you find what relevance do you think the protest has to this case?
They
I
were the
think
first to her body,
If
aside from
nothing
the
else,
accused.
if nothing else, it'll go towards her mind state, I believe, or the mind state of the people involved.
Well, the case notes that I read indicate that the riot, the demonstration, didn't happen until after the murder.
But it was the whole reason that she's even on the planet.
There was a protest, the murder, and then the protest turned to a riot.
Hmm.
Those are your event lines.
The protest was happening at the same time.
Yeah.
Even still, I think, quite frankly, the more details we can paint in the picture, the better off we are for it.
But they were at the main gate, the protesters, and her body was found to the west of the colony, about 100 meters outside the perimeter. So
the
they
perimeter
weren't
of the base, 100 meters outside the perimeter of the base.
correct. The
colony is
protesters
elsewhere.
weren't
The colony is elsewhere from the base. They're
right. So the Cardassian protesters were at the base, at the main gate,
yes.
and that is not on the west side, or is on the west side.
It's not on the west side.
So she was on her own with the accused.
That's you have to interview people for a lot of this stuff. Like I'm
I'm just
clarifying.
going based on the JAG notes.
Yes. I'm just clarifying the jack. Some of that stuff is vague for a reason.
Fair.
Well, let's get to it. Why don't we, I know there is some value in splitting up to cover more ground, but I'd suggest that we stick together. If for no other reason, maybe we'll pick up on different things.
Lieutenant Marshall, are you taking the lead for this specific case?
There's only three of us.
There are
Let's
three
see
of us.
let's see where our skills lie.
Certainly. What order would you like to speak with, folks?
Well, let's talk to the security officers that found the body. And we work
We
through
could-
this chronologically from the discovery of the body, then talk to the investigators, build a witness list as we go, and see who we want to talk to.
Well, we should certainly talk to the CMO to see what they have to say about the condition of the body. I'm led to believe that there was some sort of electrical storm going outside of the base at the time. That could have been a contributing factor. We don't know.
If I may, just throwing out the suggestion, should we meet the other prosecutor first so we can claim a position of complete ignorance?
Why?
Might, if nothing else, tip his hand to what we're up against.
Well, we have no obligation to reveal to the prosecution anything that we find. In fact, the opposite is true.
If there is evidence that we find, we will have to produce it.
No, Lieutenant, we don't. We represent our client. Our client.
And the Federation.
No, we represent our client. That's why That's why we're a defense team. Their client has a protection against self-incrimination. That means we do not have an obligation to reveal any evidence that would convict our client. We don't do the prosecution's job for them, Lieutenant.
You know this matter more than I do. I'll defer to you.
Only
You've been
the
more of a defense attorney more recently.
only the prosecution has to fully disclose the information.
I'm not really a lawyer.
I know that. I'm informing you.
Sure.
But it's a good point you bring up, Lieutenant. We will need to file a motion for discovery. I imagine the Cardassians, unused to our legal system, will need prodding from the judge to produce all their evidence. But they are required by Federation law to disclose all exculpatory evidence in this matter. Whereas we don't have to give them nothing.
Very well. Then I too will certainly bend to your expertise.
Let's go have a talk with the initial investigators. Let's work our way through the evidence. Then we can talk to the prosecutor. We do conduct our own investigation. If we find things the prosecution found but don't disclose to us, we can get this thing thrown out. Just on their failure to disclose evidence.
If wishing made it so.
Well, let's find out if it is so. Let's go talk to that security guy.
Indeed.
Gentlemen, welcome to Minos Korva. Starfleet Outpost. Alpha 113.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm Mr. Marshall. These are my colleagues, Mr. Jacobs and Mr. Deshawn? The Thanier. Sorry, Brian.
That's fine.
It's wonderful to meet you. I can't lie. After my extended trip getting here, some planet time is just simply perfect.
I am
And-
Master Chief Petty Officer Renice. Station Security Commander. I presume you are the defense team for one of my men.
Petty Officer Bailey worked for you, Chief?
Indeed.
Uh,
He's a fine officer.
did you handle the investigation into Petty Officer Bailey's alleged crime yourself, Chief?
I did. You can see there's only a small number of us here at this outpost.
It'd be a shame to lose an officer.
Indeed, especially one who is so bright.
Can you tell me what their duties were that evening?
Patrol the west wall.
By himself?
The protest erupted suddenly that evening, and I had to place all necessary security personnel from them entering the base.
So Petty Officer Bailey was by himself on the west side of the base on your orders, Chief.
Yes, unfortunately.
I see.
If I had known the Cardassians would resort to violence that evening, or, well, sorry. I am presuming too much. If I'd known the incident would occur, I would have assigned a two-man team.
Isn't that proper protocol?
Unfortunately, I only have 8 security officers. And 4 walls to defend.
Chief, what could you tell me about Bailey's typical temperament?
Level-headed. He's kind and compassionate.
How did he react when the Cardassians started arriving to protest?
He was a little shaken up. I believe it was his first time discharging a weapon at someone.
Well, that's fair.
You mean he discharged his weapon in the line of duty on the west wall? Is that what you're saying?
The evidence shows clearly that his phaser rifle was discharged. It is
Does the
indicated
evidence
in
show-
my report.
Does the evidence clearly show that he was the one that fired it?
The wounds to the body is consistent of a phaser wound.
Yes, but did you uncover evidence that Petty Officer Bailey was the one that fired the weapon?
His weapon was discharged. The point where we discovered the body, the angle and the trajectory of the shot would indicate that he indeed fired upon.
Could it not have been someone standing in the same spot that Bailey was in? You got forensic evidence on the rifle to prove he was the one that pulled the trigger.
1 second, guys. Apologies. Yes, forensics has proven that he was the one that fired the kill shot.
By what means? DNA, fingerprints, security recording?
By his own admission.
Am I to understand that the base sensors were not working properly?
The base sensors did not detect a disruptor shot, but did detect a phaser rifle being discharged.
Would has anyone, just out of curiosity, matched the weather trackers to see if, I know there was some electrical storms in the area. Was there any discharges around the same time?
I failed to see the need to discuss weather patterns and lightning discharges.
It could be that the electrical storm interfered with the sensors at the moment of a disruptor fire that may not have been recorded.
You will need to talk to an engineer on that.
Certainly, we will.
Chief, can you? So you were the officer that responded.
After
to-
the shot was fired, the protesters ran towards the location. We followed suit. They arrived on the scene before us. I'm talking only a matter of seconds, as it took several, at most a minute, to disperse the crowd to get for us to get to the body. At that point, the riot broke out. Several of my men were injured and was forced to use a sonic dispersion device to disperse the crowd.
Were there any other weapon fire other than the phaser rifle or the sonic weapon recorded in your sensors?
To my knowledge, those are the only two recordings that we have.
Have your security forces conducted a search of the colony looking for disruptor weapons?
The base commander did not see wise to conduct a search given current raising tensions.
Were any of the protesters armed at the time of
No.
the incident?
Surely you have a list of the protesters.
I did not bother to collect names. The crowd was roughly between 25 to 30 individuals. We were clearly outnumbered.
Were you outgunned?
Did not detect any weapons on the protesters.
Before the incident or after?
Before and after.
So you were actively scanning the protesters?
Yes. Base primitive sensor did not detect any weapons other than our own.
And what is the range of the sensors around the base?
Several kilometers.
So, after you discovered the body and interviewed, what did you do after the body was discovered, Chief?
The body was taken to the medical ward and a proper autopsy was conducted and returned to the Cardassian village.
And where'd you pursue with your investigation after that?
You're standing here, aren't you? Sirs.
So you conducted no further investigation. You didn't interview Chief Bailey or Petty Officer Bailey?
He admitted to firing the shot and admitted that he believed that the woman had a disruptor pistol and fired upon him. So he took action.
I see. You
No weapon was found at the scene. And given
And
I
you
cannot give
informed him.
search, I could not get authorization from Lieutenant Commander Aiden Wall to conduct a search of the Cardassian colony.
Do you yourself believe there was a weapon in her hand?
I do not know. I do not presume to know facts that I not see.
Understood.
So let me get the chain of events, Chief. You what what precipitated your taking Petty Officer Bailey into custody? Did he just walk up to you and say, "Chief, I murdered this woman"?
At the moment that we discovered Petty Officer Bailey was confined to quarters after the incident pending an investigation. Once the investigation had concluded that he indeed discharged his weapon, killing the Cardassian woman, he was immediately placed under arrest pending pending a trial.
All right, let me see if I understand the chain of events here. You've got the homicide. You have the
There was a
riot occurring.
The
You
riot
gain
occurred
control of the
before.
riot. Then you take Officer Bailey into custody and place him under house arrest.
He is currently confined to the brig.
We're talking about. Trying to establish a chronology here, Chief. So when you
He was
originally
relieved of his weapon at the moment after the riot was quelled and placed in his weapons were and confined to quarters until the investigation could be completed.
see, and you say that he confessed. At what point in the chronology did Petty Officer Bailey confess, Chief?
During our investigation,
Oh. After you took him into custody.
after he was confined to quarters.
Right. That's the equivalent of being taken into custody. If a reasonable person does not believe that they are free to leave, then they're in custody. Whether they're in a security cell or locked in their own quarters, they are in security custody. So prior to taking his statement, I assume that you advised him of his rights under Starfleet Code of Justice,
I did.
and you have his signed waiver. You have it documented.
Yes. It is in the security office.
Now, I'll need that paperwork. I also need your chain of custody forms for the weapon as well.
The weapon is currently secured in an evidence locker.
I understand. I'll need your chain of custody papers, though. No
Of
chain of
course.
custody paperwork, and all that gets thrown out, Chief.
Of course.
Lieutenant Marshal, if I may. What, Chief, is the standard protocol as far as weapon settings at your base?
Set to stun. Unless you deem your life is in risk of certain death.
And according to Petty Officer Joseph Bailey, they felt that they had life-threatening situation.
I do not presume to know what Petty Officer Bailey was thinking at the time. Perhaps you should talk with him.
We certainly will.
You recorded a statement, Chief?
I did, and advised him on his rights.
We'll need a copy of the recording.
Of course.
What can you tell me about the deceased?
Young, female, late 20s, Earth years.
And a list of violations or other incidences with Starfleet personnel?
This is the first incident with Starfleet personnel.
Were there other incidences?
No, not to my knowledge. Not in terms for security.
Understood.
If I may ask, Chief, do you have any idea how Bailey felt about, well, this posting?
He seemed content enough. Perhaps you should ask him.
I will. I'm simply trying to get the whole picture here. And he was still to be here for quite some time.
3 more months.
Thank you.
I will
Chief.
follow the appropriate paperwork
Thank
to
you.
you.
Chief, lastly, sorry, do you like this posting yourself?
I see how that is irrelevant.
I'm simply curious.
I go where Starfleet tells me to go.
Well, don't we all?
Which is why the three of us are here. What can you tell me about the Cardassian colony and its interactions with your base?
I have occasionally assigned security personnel to company engineers to help assist in the repairs of Cardassian equipment, as well as detachments to defend food transportation to them when their replicators break down.
Is that a common
Defend them
occurrence?
against who?
The Cardassians request it, though there has been no reported incident on the convoys. They are a paranoid bunch, if you forgive my speculation. The Federation colony seems to leave them alone, and they leave the Federation colony alone, from my understanding.
What can you tell us about the claims that the Cardassian colony has not been receiving the requested food and aid that they desire?
You will have to take that up with the base commander.
We will. You have been security details dispatched to the colony itself. How many would you say that you have performed or your team has performed?
How far back do you wish me to go?
Recent, within the past month.
17.
Thank you.
Well, I for one think we've taken up enough of your valuable time, Chief, unless anyone has anything else.
No, not at the moment. Oh, if you don't mind, Chief, be sure to include a copy of Officer Bailey's training records and personnel file when you send that other paperwork. Since he was under your command, I'm sure you have that paperwork.
Follow-up question. How many of those 17 this month involved Petty Officer Bailey?
4 of them. In terms for the paperwork, I will need to see the authorization that you clarify that you are indeed his counsel.
Very good. But Marshall will pull out his assignment to be the he was assigned to represent Bailey.
I will transfer over his records. I am surprised you have not been given that already.
It was a short notice assignment.
You'll forgive us for trying to be thorough. Will you also send along the reports involving Petty Officer Bailey as far as leaving the base as well?
I can tell you all of them are escort missions for engineers.
Understood. Just send that along with the other information, please.
Very well.
Well, I guess while we're in the security station, we'd like to see our client.
Right this way.
You of course will arrange for a conference room without recording devices.
Of course. And a few moments go by. She escorts you into a conference room, leaves, and then heads over to get Bailey. And we're going to cut over to the prosecution team, see what they're up to.
Okay. Can I assume that if I talk to these people myself, I'll get pretty much the same answers?
Yeah.
All right. Then I am going to send Wesa to the administrative office to, obviously requisition all the pertinent files on the case. I'd also like to get service records on the security staff as much as they'll allow me, as a foreign national. I'd also like to see how many complaints have been filed by the Cardassian village over the last 6 months. While she's doing that, I would like to interview Ensign Ruta Liza, the Jorn engineer.
Okay.
And I recognize she will not be, happy to see me. But
Laruta Lisa, right?
right.
Okay. Just make sure because I have 2 Bajorans. So
Ensign Ruta.
yeah. It'll be a moment. It'll be a while until Lisa comes back with the required information.
Of course.
You are directed towards essentially an engineer, a maintenance area, where several Starfleet engineers are currently, repurposing broken devices. When you spot her working currently at a workbench.
All right. I will approach her. Ensign Ruta.
Yes.
Hello. I'm Dalzine of the Cardassian Union. Mind if I ask you some questions about an incident recently?
She straightens up and looks like, wasn't aware that Cardassian that Federation had already given up this planet.
Well, they haven't. I'm not here about that. I'm here about the recent incident outside the walls.
Right. Um, don't tell me you're the prosecution.
That duty is mine, yes.
Oh, the prophets help us. Um, sure, ask your questions away.
I understand that you are often sent to the Cardassian village to do repairs on their equipment
4 times.
4 times. What were the nature of those repairs?
A broken generator, water filtration device, um, fixing their replicators.
I see. And what do you think is the cause of all these breakdowns? That seems uncommon to me, but I'm no engineer. Please
Well,
explain for my simple mind.
it's not uncommon for things to break down. However, a lot of the card equipment in the Cardassian colony is dated and honestly
Right.
needs to be replaced with Federation standard technology because, well, I'm gonna be honest with you, sir. The Cardassian equipment left behind is dated and is malfunctioning, and unfortunately, your brethren don't want to replace it.
Is that why the Federation hasn't replaced it at the request of the locals?
The locals haven't requested to replace it; they've only requested us to fix it, sir.
I see. Recently, apparently, there was a transgression, and one of the colonists was assaulted. I understand.
Yeah, um, Joseph killed one of the Cardassian colonists. At least that's what I hear.
Oh no, I'm referring to at the colony. There was an assault.
You have to be more specific, sir.
Uh, you were out there with Petty Officer Bailey and a Cardassian colonist by the name of Yahan Prem. Apparently attempted to aid you in the repairs.
He did
And wound
not.
up assaulted.
He did no such thing, sir.
Oh, well, please enlighten me.
It was him who was trying to assault me, sir. And Petty Officer Bailey intervened and stopped Yahan from assaulting me, sir.
Um,
All he did was
why?
punch him. No charges were filed against Bailey, and from my understanding, the matter was closed.
I'm just gathering information actually. I'm not trying to be adversarial here. Why do you think Mr. Prem assaulted you?
He wasn't the first time that he's been making advances towards me.
So he was amorous towards you?
Very.
Oh, that is disturbing news. I apologize if he has caused any offense. So he was making romantic advances on you, and Petty Officer Bailey intervened violently.
Petty Officer Bailey informed him to step aside and move away from me. When he refused, Bailey punched him. The matter, Yahan then retreated and his assistance was no longer required.
I see. Are you and Petty Officer Bailey an item?
We're friends.
I see. Friends. Um, thank you for your time, Ensign. I appreciate it. I won't keep you from your duties any longer.
Of course.
Um, can I speak with Yahen Prem?
Yeah, but he's currently in the colony.
Well, sure.
All right.
We have how far is the colony?
1 second. Notes.
Approximately. I mean, is it a 20-minute walk? Is it a half hour in the car? Is
It
it
would
transport there?
it would be about like sort of like a 10-minute ride, in like a hover, like or a little transport.
Well, can I get word to the colony to send him to me then?
I would say you can.
I'll do that. Um, I will take your conversation with the security officer as written. Do we have any video of any of the incidents?
Unfortunately, no, there is no video.
I see. Um, okay. I've got the records of the autopsy. I've got the tape of his confession.
He has admitted to shooting her in self-defense.
Self-defense. Okay. Well, I will have some questions for the petty officer when he becomes available.
Currently, he's meeting his lawyers.
As of course, they can be present for my interview and should be. At least one of them.
Lisa comes back. I have the documents for you.
How many complaints were there, Lisa?
A total of 17 equipment malfunctions and 12 requests for food aid in the past 6 months. Most of them more recent than anything else.
I see. Interesting. Wonder why the sudden failure. Um, See if you can't get me some records on the power flow to the village over those same months. I think it might be possible the Federation is starving the village of power, causing the the equipment to fail.
The
But-
colony is self-powered. They have their own generators.
Oh, okay then. Well, that's well, hold on a minute. Let me check my notes here. Is there like a mayor of the village?
There
Somebody in
is.
charge?
I forgot to. Yeah, actually forgot to put a name up. But yes, there is a mayor of the Cardassian village.
I should like to speak with him as well. Perhaps him and Prem can take the same transport to see me.
For clarification for everybody, it is ZTAC. I'll post it in chat here. ZTAC Rad is the mayor.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, he will not have a token because only by name. After some time, the two individuals do come as requested. There's another Cardassian. It's just there's no token ish. Greetings, I am Zetek. How may we be of service?
Nope. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Okay, I'm back. My internet just dumped on me.
Oh,
I'm guessing that's my fault somehow.
no worries.
So-
Zetek greeted himself to you, along with Yahin,
Uh-huh.
and asked how they could be of service to you.
Okay. Yeah, apparently it dropped out on my question. I just have a couple of questions about the incident in the colonies the last month. Mr. Prem, can you describe your relationship to Ensign Ruta Lisi for me, please?
She is a fine Bajoran woman, but I am not interested in her. She needs to stop making these silly advancements on me.
I see. So she's making advances on you.
Yes, indeed.
Can you explain why Officer Bailey took exception to that and assaulted you?
I wouldn't know. He suddenly became violent. Perhaps he is jealous. Humans can be quite emotional at times.
That's very true. Now you uh is this guy old enough to have chosen to stay when Minos Korva was abandoned?
He would have been a small child.
Small child, so it was his parents that kept him here.
Yeah.
I see. How about the mayor?
He would have had the choice. He's old enough. You could tell he's a little bit frail and gray, but
Sure. He's serving the state. Good for him. Mr. Mayor, is there a reason that you know of why you've had a sudden rash of equipment failures in the last month?
the equipment is old, but it is usually very reliable.
I've been told you've been offered replacements from the Federation and that you've refused.
I was told that they would keep operational for some time, and replacements would not be needed for
Who told you
several
this?
years. One of my engineers.
One of your engineers told you this, and yet you are calling for Federation aid 17 times in the last month. Do you trust the word of this engineer who apparently can't even keep your equipment running?
I do. However, it's parts that are not easily available to us. Fortunately, we require the assistance of the Federation on this matter since we do not receive supplies from the homeworld.
No, I don't suppose you do. Um, so how do you feel about that?
It would be nice to be embraced in the circle of the Union once more, but a treaty is a treaty, and we've made a life here.
And each life presents its challenges, I understand. I don't understand why you've refused the technological aid of the Federation in replacing your uh, antiquated equipment, though.
The people in my village are distrusting of Starfleet. Would you use Starfleet equipment if you were us?
My problem with Starfleet does not extend to their equipment. That is neither here nor there. Now, if Starfleet were to offer their equipment with some sort of string attached, then I could see your point of refusal. Uh, but you haven't mentioned any such thing, so I can only assume that their intentions were made with goodwill.
I always assume there's a string attached with Starfleet.
I see. And very well. So your position then is that your equipment is outdated and just reaching a end of life cycle.
It is. If I am told there is a goal nearby, perhaps you'd be gracious enough to donate some equipment for us, or at least spare parts.
I will submit your request to him at my earliest convenience.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Prem, one more question. Was there anyone else present at the incident where you were assaulted by the petty officer?
Just Ruta and the petty officer that killed Kezi. Or Kezel. Yeah, Kezel.
Kezel?
Yeah.
Kezel. So there's the witness.
KES. Well, Kezel is the woman who was killed.
Oh, she was there, and now she's dead. I'm glad you brought that up.
Well,
what kind of person
she
was
wasn't
she?
very kind and compassionate woman. I tend to was willing or was on the verge of being engaged with her. I tend to talk with her father on the matter until the incident.
I see. How
But
much?
she was
What
not
other?
there when the transaction took place. She arrived shortly after.
I see. Um, how much? What family did she leave behind?
Her
Kessel.
father.
Just her father. Her father has been left childless.
Yes.
That is the
Her
greatest of
mother
all possible tragedies.
passed away shortly after she was born, from my understanding.
And Dana Kessel raised him. She was raised by her father.
Yes.
I see. Oh, all of Cardassia mourns his loss.
As do we.
So let me just speculate here. It is your claim that the Bajoran ensign was making romantic advances towards you, which you rebuffed, causing a jealous petty officer Bailey to lash out and strike you because you were going for a relationship with the now deceased woman who was killed by petty officer Bailey.
Yes.
Has Bailey had any other incidents that haven't been reported with anyone, with any of the other Cardassians on the planet?
Not to my knowledge. Only with me.
Only with you. I see. Thank you for your time, gentlemen. Have a safe trip back. I'll see what I can do about getting you some parts for your equipment.
Mary speaks of you are far too kind. And give my regards to the goal.
I'm sure he'll appreciate those.
They both nod and head back to their transport.
Okay. Well, Wessa, what do you make of that?
The most peculiar.
Indeed.
It would be hard to prove either side's or well, be hard to prove either side in this matter.
Indeed. Well, there's really only one person we need to convince. All right. Well, let's go see if Petty Officer Bailey is available.
Of course. And go back in time just a little bit to our Federation. As
I don't like how you say that, Frax. Federation.
I'm in Cardassian mode. So I'm going to drop Bailey's token in, and as he's brought in, of course, not in uniform, but sirs, currently he is in handcuff, well, restraints.
Well, I don't think that's necessary, is it? Listen, Jacob's gonna look around for the guards and say, "Excuse me, can someone please take off his restraints?" I think it's pretty clear that he doesn't intend to take off. And this is just embarrassing.
He nods and removes the restraints from his wrist and takes them and walks out and closes the door.
You hungry, thirsty? My friend over here, both of them are gonna speak to you, but as I just wanted to make sure you haven't been mistreated and, well, you've been well fed and looked after.
No, the chief has been very accordance to protocol. I'm good,
Okay.
sir.
Okay, and then I'm gonna step back and let my colleagues ask some things, but before I do, I simply have one question, and uh, what do you like it here, Mr. Bailey? This post?
It has its charms. I mean, it's on the frontier, but I honestly, I think it's safer than being on a starship. Know what they go up against from time to time, but I never thought I'd be facing this, though.
Real quick, out of character, do we also have kind of the same information, like from the Bajoran women and stuff, or do we
Not
have to hit
yet.
them? Okay. And then in which case, thank you, Mr. Bailey, and Jacobs is gonna move over to a corner.
Garibaldi?
Petty Officer Bailey, what can you tell me about your posting here?
I'm a security officer here at the Outpost and the Minos Korva system. I've been stationed here for 3 months. I had 3 months until I needed either to keep this posting or request transfer.
And would that be your intention to request a transfer? Aside from the incident that happened recently?
Honestly, I haven't given much thought of it yet, sir.
Fair enough. So, what can you tell me about what happened?
There was a protest outside the main gate. Unfortunately, the chief had to order one person per wall. It is against regulation, but unfortunately, needs of the station. Didn't seem like there would be a threat to the other walls, but just in case.
But there was a threat, wasn't there?
Yes, sir. There was a threat.
What was the nature?
I noticed a figure along the wall about 100 meters out from where I was standing at. I ordered them to halt. I pointed the spotlight at them.
Them whom?
The woman in question, I told them to not approach and to retreat back to the Cardassian colony. They did not follow. They resisted the command and then proceeded to fire upon me. I then returned fire, struck her twice. As a result, ending her life.
So the shot missed you?
Yes, the shot missed me, sir. I believe she was firing a Cardassian disruptor pistol.
How'd she miss? Over the wall? She hit the wall? Where'd the shot go?
Behind me, sir. I'm not too sure where it struck. To be honest, it's the first time I ever took a life, sir.
I understand.
It's never easy.
Tell me, Petty Officer Bailey. Okay, so after the shot, so make sure I get the timeline correct. You see a figure in the darkness. You shine a light on it. It's this Cardassian woman. Had you seen her before?
She looked familiar. She might have been. The Cardassian colony is small, sir. Obviously, she's from the colony. I don't know all of their names. I usually don't talk to them. Most of them shy. I've been there roughly 4 times to guard the personnel that's in charge for repairing their equipment from time to time.
So, any relationships among the Cardassians? Friendships? Something more than friendships?
No, sir.
Animosity?
Honestly, to be honest, sir, I very frequently even visit the Federation colony. Usually when I get a break, I'll go there rather than the Cardassian one. But to be honest, half the time I'm pulling double shift because we are light on staff.
Indeed.
Okay, so you fire. The woman refuses your order to stop. That's what I heard, yes?
Yes,
And then who fired first?
she did.
You're a trained security officer. Could you tell setting on the weapon as it was fired upon you?
Yes, I believe it was set for kill.
Do the
And
Cardassians even have a stun setting?
well, sure, yeah, you had to capture prisoners somehow.
They do have a lower yield setting, from my understanding. Same with Klingon disruptors.
All right, so you said you fired back twice.
Yes. The first shot didn't take her down. I assumed it missed. It was 100 meters out or grazed her.
And what was your weapon set on?
The higher setting of stun.
Both shots?
Yes. But
But you're clear.
even a setting on stun could kill if it struck the the right spot.
Of course. But you're sure you had it set on stun, yes?
Yes.
What is your rating with your weapon?
I'm the best shooter here, to be honest, sir.
Understood. And so at 100 meters, you think you could have accurately placed your shot?
Yes, sir.
And was your shot intended to cause such damage as to kill with a stun setting?
No, sir.
Where did you hit?
I was aiming for the center master.
Why'd you miss the first time?
I believe the shot hit her, sir, but she did not go down.
Audio?
She was still aiming her weapon at me, and it looked like she was about ready to fire again.
It'll be important if we have you testify that you're clear when you're asked that you felt that you were in danger and that you fired only to stop the threat.
Yes, sir.
All right, so you fire twice. The woman goes down.
She went down the second shot. At that point, the crowd or the protesters must have heard the first shot. They may not have heard the second shot, sir, because a lightning strike happened nearby.
How much time between the two shots?
Seconds.
Okay. How much time between? Do you guess between your first shot and the arrival of the protesters?
15, 30 seconds.
Half a minute at most.
Small base, sir.
How far from?
The main gate is approximately 200 meters from my position.
30 seconds. That's pretty quick for 200 meters.
Yes, indeed, sir, it is.
Hmm.
But the first person had already arrived on the scene. And
All right, so what did you do at that point?
May I interrupt you for a question?
Sure.
Were you? Could you see the woman's body from your vantage point after your second shot until the first colonist arrived?
I could. She had a disruptor pistol, but at that point, I was distracted, sir.
Aye.
The chief, I could hear the chief running towards me, and my attention averted to hers to give a report. But I
you
did not
see
see
the-
danger from the rest of the Cardassians.
Quickly, did you see the first colonist arrive at the body, or were you distracted by them?
I did not get a look at who the first person was that arrived at the body, but it was a
But did you-
Cardassian.
And you saw that they were there.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so take the second shot. The woman goes down. The protesters show up. What did you do at that point?
I informed the chief of the incident. The chief then, unfortunately, as the crowd grew at the body, and the chief was trying to get a handle on the situation to get to the body to perform her duties, a riot broke out. It took several minutes to question the riots. I believe she used a sonic weapon to disperse the crowd.
How large was the crowd?
25, 30 people.
And how far away is the colony?
Several kilometers away, sir. They had transports
And-
nearby.
While the chief was doing that, what actions were you taking?
She told me to stand down, and I obeyed the order. I stood at my post with the weapon, handed the weapon off to a security officer, who then took it into for evidence.
Which security officer?
Lazo, Petty Officer Lazo.
Would it be fair to say that before you had an opportunity to secure the scene, you were prevented from doing so by both the protesters and your own commanding officer?
Sorry, can you reframe the question again?
Standard protocol is to secure a scene.
No. Like, GM, can you restate the question?
Oh,
Because
He said, would it be fair to say that before you had an opportunity to secure the scene, you were prevented from doing so by the protesters, orders from your commanding officer?
there was no threat when the first group of protesters arrived before the chief arrived. And the chief relieved me of duty.
Correct. But isn't it standard security protocol to secure a crime scene for the preservation of evidence?
Yes, but I was on top of the wall, sir. I had asked the individual to move away from the body, but they refused. And seeing how things were getting I've escalated. I did not see a threat from the Cardassian. I had hoped that the rest of the security team could arrive in time to take the weapon while I remain on lookout.
Well,
Did the chief find the weapon, sir?
no. But the Cardassian colony has not been searched for the weapon.
I see.
So after the discharge of the sonic weapon, what happened?
The area was secured, and I was escorted to my quarters.
How long were you in your quarters before the chief came to question you?
You have to forgive me, sir.
That's understandable.
I was pretty shooken up, and frankly, I still am, sir. And time did not seem to flow like it usually does.
Tell me, when the chief did come to question you, did he explain your rights?
She explained my rights. To be honest, sir, I felt I have done no wrongdoing. It was self-defense.
May I circle back real quick, Mr. Bailey's, to that whole time didn't feel like it flowed normally. You are, I'm sure, familiar as a security officer with the ebb and flow of adrenaline. Could that have contributed?
I'm not a medical professional, sir. Perhaps
I'm
I was.
simply
To be honest, sir, I was running the whole thing through my head on what happened.
okay.
I still replay the incident in the back of my head.
What would you say is your relationship with the Cardassian colony in the 4 times that you were there?
Casual. I mean, didn't really talk to them much. Unless,
Casual on security duty?
many of them just avoided me. Well, most.
And of the most, the ones that were not of the most, what can you tell me of those incidences?
I only had a run-in with one Cardassian.
Run-in?
I believe his name is Yahya. He was attempting to make advances on Ensign Bailey. There was a slight altercation.
Ensign Morta, you mean?
Sorry, Lizzie. Ensign Ruta.
And you chose to involve yourself.
He was disrupting her work, despite his claims of trying to help.
Did she ask him to leave?
Repeatedly.
And how did he respond when she asked him to leave?
Like he didn't care. Like he looked at her like she was a pet, put it politely.
And describe the character of your intervention.
I asked the Cardassian individual to remove his hand from her thigh, and he got confrontational with me, and I struck him.
He got confrontational. How? Physically? He threatened
Yes,
you
sir.
physically. You struck him back.
He pushed me aside, waved me off. I attempted to restrain him. He shoved back, and I punched him in the face.
Were you on duty at this time?
Yes, I was, sir.
And you filed a report then.
I did so, sir.
What came of his assault on your person? Did the magistrate follow through with it?
He filed a complaint that says he had some sort of head trauma from the incident. The commander informed him that they'd be more than happy to take care of his medical needs. From the incident, he then later refused said medical needs, sir.
Did the chief or an ombudsman, if you have one, conduct a use of force investigation on the incident?
She did not. No charges. The harassing complaint did not file any charges against me. Or well,
Is it
a
not
complaint.
Starfleet security protocol that anytime there's a use of force incident, that an investigation is conducted?
There is, and it was waived off.
By whom?
The commander, sir.
Interesting. Of course, I'm sure that worked out well for somebody. Did you feel your use of force, the amount and type of force you used in the incident? Do you feel like that was an appropriate amount and type of force? Or Was
It
there
bruised his jaw,
another?
sir. He walked away with the bruise. Yes, I do feel it was necessary to use that kind of force, sir.
Am I to understand that Ruta, let's see, is Bajoran?
She's a Bajoran engineer, sir, at the outpost.
Sure. Do you know her relationship with the Cardassian colony, other than her work?
She often complains about going there when she's required to. I believe she's also filed numerous requests with the commander to be not on the schedule to aid the Cardassians.
Well, that's understandable, right? Typical Bajoran, Mr. Bailey's, no?
I wouldn't understand what happens in the Bajor sector, sir.
Do you have? How would you characterize your relationship with the ensign?
We hang out occasionally. She's nice. We do not have a romantic one, if that's what you're referring to. See each other as friends.
So, as a member of the security force, you get regular security updates regarding the colony, both colonies. Yeah.
We get regular security updates from the Federation colony. We don't get regular updates from the Cardassian one. They seem to send them when they require our assistance.
Does the security team here keep tabs on the Cardassian colony? I mean, it seems like that would
To my
be a
knowledge,
wise thing to do.
there is no surveillance at the Cardassian colony, sir. That would be highly irregular.
Is there a security personnel or detachment at the Cardassian colony of
No,
Cardassian?
sir. There's no Starfleet personnel at the Cardassian colony.
Not Starfleet, Cardassian personnel.
I believe they have a local sheriff.
Okay.
How often do these protests happen?
That was the only one.
During the 4 times you were there, did you feel there was a large amount of tension between the Cardassians and the Federation personnel that were there?
Other than the Cardassians being skittish around us, no, sir. If it did not seem that they were fearful for their lives when we would arrive, often it would only be 2 of us that would go to fix what needs to be fixed there.
So a security officer and an engineering.
Yes, sir.
So if I ask you to speculate, do you did not fear for yourself, or do you don't believe that they might have reason to protest?
To be honest, I'm quite puzzled as to why they're protesting. When they come to pick up, if they request food, we often gathered overabundance of food supplies for them, and they pick it up. And we often attempt to repair their equipment to the best of our abilities, given the lack of resources we have ourselves.
Thank you.
Any other possible witnesses to what happened?
other than Yahin, I think that's his name, and Ruta to the incident in question, but in terms for what happened on the wall, it was just me and her, sir. And unfortunately, one of us is dead.
Yeah, it is
Your
unfortunate.
word against hers, basically.
I fired 2 shots. My phaser indicated that I fired 2 shots. If you could find the weapon, it would show that she had one.
And my apologies if this has been covered, Mr. Bailey's, but at the time, I believe there was a bit of bad weather. Do you perhaps remember any lightning discharges around the time of the incident?
Yes, sir. There was one lightning strike in between my first and second shot.
Thank you.
And have the base encountered any other electrical storms during your time here?
Yes, sir. But that's the last storm was 3 weeks ago.
All right.
All right, let's. That's probably not a conversation you want to have, Officer Bailey, but we have to have it. If we can't find that weapon, understand that a claim of self-defense. How familiar are you with the legal system, Officer Bailey?
Um,
The court system, as it is.
there's a reason why I'm a petty officer, sir.
Well, I understand the prosecution, of course, has the burden to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. You've confessed, and you signed it. You signed a waiver of your rights, so your confession will stand in court that you fired 2 shots that took the woman down. Um, without the weapon, proving self-defense may be difficult. When we make a claim of self-defense, the burden of proof will shift to the defense. We'll have to show by at least a preponderance of the evidence that a reasonable person in your situation would have felt threatened and justified in the use of force. Without the weapon, that will be an uphill climb. The Cardassians, as I understand it, are asking for extradition. Something I think that would be in your best interest to prevent. So I have to ask you as your defense attorney, Mr. Bailey, if I can negotiate a deal that keeps you in Federation custody, are you willing to accept such a deal, or do you want to play this out?
I
We
think
work for you, it's your decision.
I'm in the right, sir. I would like it to be proven in court. But it depends on the offer they ask. But to be honest, sir, I'd like to fight this in court.
That's your choice. I just want you to make sure you're aware of the consequences if we lose. The Cardassian justice system is harsh.
I understand, sir, but I'm in the right here. I know it. Would you not fight for your own innocence?
I work the evidence. And I work with what I have. We'll do our best for you. That's our job, but this is going to be a difficult case. You understand that?
I do. Um, the chief could tell you where I was sitting at the wall. Maybe you can find something there that will help my case. Find something she missed. I don't know.
Had you ever met the woman before? You said you saw her in passing.
Not. I don't know her by name. I heard That was the first time I heard her name. Was
Dina Kessel.
at the yes. First time I heard her name when after the incident.
Certainly. Having not experienced any prejudiced or disturbing situations other than the one incident involving the engineer, could you speculate what the woman would want to fire on a base, on the security personnel at the base? I find it very interesting.
I
that
would
a lone woman would charge at least 100 meters away towards a base and simply want to fire her weapon.
to be honest,
Did
sir, I
you-
don't think she was expecting me to be there. But I cannot tell you why she was there. All I know is she was there. She fired at me, and I responded.
Do you know what the accuracy range of a Cardassian disruptor pistol would be at 100 meters?
Not off the top of my head, sir.
But would you say it is less accurate than your rifle?
I would assume so, sir. It is a pistol. It's anything like Federation technology, I would assume the accuracy rating is roughly the same.
Thank you.
Help me out, Mr. Bailey. The protesters, they're complaining about not receiving adequate support from the Federation, right?
Yes, sir. Which I find it bizarre, but
Me too. Because you said you escort engineers 4 times in the Cardassian colony to repair equipment
yes. Each time actually I've been partnered up with Ensign Ruta.
and delivering food items.
They come here to pick up the food items, sir. I've helped loaded the crates on myself.
Who picks up the food? Regular civilians or Cardassian military?
Cardassian civilians, sir. There are no Cardassian military personnel here on Minos Korva.
Same Cardassian civilians every time?
Yes, sir.
The riot does seem suspicious, especially since it's the only incident.
Just food and medical supplies.
Food, medicine, and spare
Technology?
parts. Well, spare parts. We've I've
You're a
heard Ruta
secret-
complain that it'd be easier to install a Federation replicator than repair the ones that they have.
Yeah, but if you install Federation replicators, then there'd be no need for supply shipments.
Precisely.
You're a security officer, Bailey. What do you know about the black market in this world?
There really isn't one, sir. There are no ships that go to the Cardassian colony. There are ships that go to the Federation colony. Believe there's a mining company looking to move into the area.
Mining company?
Yes, sir.
Federation?
Yes, sir.
Would that be anywhere near the Cardassian colony?
No, sir. It's actually in space. Well, colony. The mining site is supposed to be on one of the moons, around the 7th planet, there was a dilithium deposit spotted.
Indeed.
Might prove to be a boon for this area.
It might be even worthwhile that the Cardassians could perhaps reclaim this colony.
Cardassians never claimed this colony, sir.
I mean, this planet. It used to be a Cardassian colony.
There was, my understanding, sir, it's the Federation colonists and Cardassian colonists arrived roughly around the same time and been at odds in during the Federation and Cardassian war until the treaty signed not that long ago. Some of the Cardassian colonists fled back into the Cardassian Union, some stayed.
Hey, there's records of the supplies,
Yes, sir.
and those records include the identity of who the supplies were given to.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything that has come to your mind over the course of our conversation that may not seem relevant but was brought to your attention?
None that I could think of, sir.
Now I'm just spitballing, thinking out loud here. What if somebody's profiting off that food and supplies?
So you hear a knock at the door. Security officer opens the door. Excuse me, gentlemen. The prosecutor wishes to enter and question Petty Officer Bailey.
I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Sir, I've been told to be compliant with the wishes. I understand you are required by Federation law to remain here while the prosecutor questions him.
Well, I'm certainly not going to let the prosecutor talk to my client without me present.
Yes, sir. Do you need more time, sir? I can tell him to wait.
No. Petty Officer Bailey, it's my advice to your attorney not to answer any of the prosecution's questions.
Bailey looks like, understood. Scarlet looks like, should I let him in?
By all means, we don't want you to get in trouble for not cooperating with the prosecution.
Yes, sir. And a few moments later, the door opens with the prosecutor and his assistant.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Afternoon.
Mr. Marshall, these are my colleagues, Mr. Jacobs and Mr. Thanier.
So a pleasure to meet you, sir, and you, ma'am.
Indeed, I am Dal Zine, and this is my assistant, Glenn Wesa. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I've always thought the Federation was a fine and disciplined organization.
Well, I would have to say I returned the compliment, and I can't think of two words that I wouldn't attribute to the Cardassian Union as well.
You are too kind, sir. I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Well, we were just wrapping up a conference with our client, sir. I understand you wish to ask him questions. I'll be honest with you. You are welcome to ask, but I've advised my client not to answer any questions from the prosecution.
I am merely seeking some clarification on some of the finer points. I'm not looking to trip up or in any way implicate your client at this stage. Of course,
Uh,
that all goes out the window in the courtroom, but that's to be expected, of course.
As it should be.
Indeed.
well, you understand that under Federation law, my client has protection against self-incrimination and is not obligated to answer any questions from the government.
Of course. Um, there were a couple of things in the report that weren't very clear to me. I thought your client might offer some clarity. Um, the night in question, what were the lighting conditions?
Bailey looks to his lawyers.
And Marshall will just shake his head no at him.
Jacobs will give a shrug.
I'm sure one of the other security officers on the scene can answer that question.
Very well. Uh, um, where was the where were you, Petty Officer Bailey, at the time of the shooting?
I believe the answer to that question is also in the investigator's report, sir.
I didn't really see it in there, actually.
Interesting.
Said he was on the west wall. Was that, am I to take that literally? He was literally on the wall, or was he patrolling the grounds outside the wall? These are the questions I'd like to answer.
I believe, according to the security chief, that was his assigned post.
West wall. Uh,
That is what the deployment schedule says.
okay. Please forgive me. This may be a problem in translation. Because it's translated to me that he was literally on the wall. Now, is there a step on top of the wall that he was doing his patrol on? Or does on the wall mean he was just patrolling at the base of the wall?
I'm sure we could take a tour of the wall to see what his specific parameters are.
Oh,
That's an excellent suggestion, Mr. Thinier.
I'd suggest
okay.
we should all go together for that.
Uh, certainly. I love an excursion and see this lovely planet. Um, since you're telling your client not to answer any of my questions, would any of you care to tell me how far the victim was from your client's post?
It should be in the forensics report, shouldn't it not?
Again, it seems strangely free of details in that regard.
Seems to me like the government is falling down on its job.
I don't feel free to comment on that at this time.
I don't blame you. Though it seems to me, between you and me, sir, that seems to be several holes in the prosecution case.
Several
Say,
holes in my case, or in what way are you privy to my case?
well, I'll get the discovery order in due time. Maybe it's in the. Maybe I spoke incorrectly. Uh, Holes in the investigation.
Um, I'm here doing the investigation
Hmm,
based off of the information provided to me by Starfleet.
I see. And what's the status of your search for um, the weapon that the victim allegedly had?
Uh, 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 there doesn't appear to be one,
Why
as
not?
near as I can tell. I believe that your client was probably mistaken in that regard. We have a colony full of peaceful, if somewhat mistreated colonists. I don't know where they would have gotten this weapon, nor where it might have gone. Uh, s-
So
if
you would have no objection to a search of the colony.
I believe that your own federation will provide any objections to that. Uh, what do you
But
call that in your a warrant?
Yes.
You must understand that in principle I am not personally opposed, uh, but I'm in no position to approve or deny such an action.
Uh, about your sheriff at your colony, perhaps they could provide that opportunity for you to find evidence of said weapon.
Perhaps they might. What a fine idea you've offered there.
And then all you would need is your own authority. Your warrant could be done through that.
Explain to me again where my interest lies in finding this weapon exactly. Is that not the key to your whole
It is the
defense?
truth that we're seeking here. Isn't that
The
what the
truth.
prosecution is
The
looking for, to find out
truth.
what happened?
Naturally. The truth is an interesting concept. I would much prefer facts to truth. Truth has a moral component to it that doesn't necessarily translate from one culture to another.
Fair enough. Then the facts of the case need to
Indeed.
be investigated.
Absolutely. Uh, Thank you for your time, gentlemen. I look
A
forward to
moment.
taking that tour of the wall.
A moment before you go. I'm curious. As a defense attorney, Petty Officer Bailey here is obviously my priority. Is yours winning your case and convicting my client, or is your priority the security of the security and the stability of the Cardassian colony?
I seek justice for her father. Are you familiar with the Cardassian culture at all, Lieutenant?
Uh,
I'm not.
Only by reputation.
There are three pillars that every Cardassian operates on: state, family, and duty, in that order. In this case, I have a father who's lost his only child. I seek justice. If she was doing an illicit activity and was in fact killed in self-defense, as your client claims, then he will know that she behaved improperly and received a just punishment for her improper behavior. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely. What if her actions, the actions that precipitated the entire event, were driven by a third party?
Do you have some evidence of a third party in this case?
I have an interesting suspicion that I would need your help looking into.
Interesting. What do you
Your
propose?
The protesters on your colony are, they say the reason for their protest is a lack of food and aid and supplies from the Federation. Is that your
Indeed.
understanding as well?
Records indicate that they've averaged at least a complaint every other day, this just in this last month alone, and trying to keep their equipment operating.
That's correct. But according to my client, and we can probably verify that the base commander, but according to my client, Starfleet personnel are routinely in the Cardassian colony conducting repairs, uh, and that
Indeed.
food and medical supplies are regularly being provided to the Cardassian colony. And so, if the station commander, we get that documentation, that those records to show that, if the Cardassian colony is being supplied with food and medicine and engineering aid, then why are the people upset?
That's a very good question, Lieutenant. Wasa will wave on her fingers there on her pad, and she'll, scroll something over to one of your tricorders. The record of all the incidents logged in the last 6 months from the Cardassian colony. Um, so that you won't have to do the footwork to get that equipped. There's your data that I've collected.
So
Indeed, if the Federation has been treating the Cardassians with the kindness and respect that you seem to indicate, why would they riot? Why would they protest? Perhaps they have a reason, and they are not as well supplied or treated as well as you think. Ask yourself this, Lieutenant, just as a thought. If the sending of engineers to the colony to do repairs is so routine, why do they feel the need to send security with them?
I was under the understanding that it was at the Cardassians' request.
To send security with their repair teams?
Lieutenant Tanier, Lieutenant Jacobs, am I wrong?
It's an interesting question,
It is-
Did I hear that
nonetheless.
wrong?
It is standard protocol to send a security detail into, I'm not going to say foreign, but non-Federation situations, I believe. So
We
I
can
don't.
certainly.
We can speak to the base commander about their involvement or orders, but I don't
Is
believe
fair.
And the chief of security.
certainly.
I'm certainly no expert on station. I'm sorry, on outpost procedure.
But consider
Hmm.
this, sir. If the Federation is providing the supplies and it's the same individual picking up the supplies or individuals picking up the supplies every time, and those supplies aren't making it from here to there, then perhaps we've found our third party.
Who is this individual picking up the supplies? I'm sure I
That
have a
being,
number of questions for him.
There
well,
are records, I'm sure, that have that information.
perhaps as a group we should visit the station commander and get those records.
Wesa, did you get those records when I sent you to the admin earlier? Prax is taking the day off.
No, I was I'm muting my mic.
See, it's a great game where the GM can just sit down and shut up, let everybody
I
else play.
mean, I just sit back and I was watching the fireworks. It was great. I have the records of the shipments that they've been sending. I will
Okay.
get to the shipments that they received at the colony from the mayor.
As the name of the person picking up, or for that matter, the person supplying the equipment in that list at all?
Well, the equipment is being supplied by Starfleet and the food and medicine.
Yes. But who's in charge of that actual disbursement? Government's decree, People Act.
The pickup on the Cardassian side, sir?
I would like to pick up on the Cardassian side and whoever is responsible for delivering it from the Federation side.
Believe that it's listed as Giro Genti.
Giro Genti. That's the Cardassian?
Yes, sir. For some of the engineering equipment that they've donated, that would be Lorenzo Rahalia. See if I'm saying that even right. And the Chief Medical Officer, June Rojas.
Oh, Judge. I should probably scroll to the bottom there. Well, we'll be adding those people to our interview list.
Yeah, well, it's normally against my nature to help the prosecution. Shall we go talk to the station commander together?
I have no objection.
Mr.
I'm
Bailey,
curious
do
to
you have
see
an
you at work.
do you have an objection? It is. I do work for you.
More than happy to show you where I was standing at during the incident.
For the record, and I'm gonna look to the Cardassians. Uh, you feel comfortable leaving him unshackled?
So long as you don't issue him a phaser, I'm sure we'll be fine.
With the ghost of a smile, Jacobs will nod.
Let's my suggestion, if everyone else agrees, is that we follow the supply chain, see where it's been broken. Why your people are so upset.
Compliance.
I think that I think somewhere in here is where we'll find the truth.
See, now, Lieutenant, you're thinking like a Cardassian.
Well, thank you. I'll take that in the manner that is intended.
Indeed. Wace will give you an appraising look up and down with a little glint in her eye.
The Andorian's antenna moves slightly at that. But
Jacobs is just gonna stay in his corner, amused. It's been quite a meeting.
Thank you for your time, Petty Officer Bailey.
You just nod because you're told not to speak.
Sorry, standard defense attorney practice. I'll let your client talk to the prosecutor.
shall we reconvene at the wall?
Yes, I would like to see this wall.
Indeed.
There will be a security personnel accompanying us. Is that
Well, I'm sure we can go to the wall without security personnel with us.
well? At
Yeah.
least the one that's outside the door.
Well, this man is still under arrest, is he not?
Well, I mean, Marshall will just pull up a map of the station, show it to Bayless, says, point to where you were stationed on the wall.
On the map, it's pretty much the whole base is square. There's a couple of trees indicated on the map. On the west end of the wall, he was about midway on the wall, and he points. He was actually standing. There's a platform on essentially the wall. Think of like sort of like a castle wall. So there's a ledge, and then about 3 feet or so above where the standing ledge is at. He points that he was standing there. And there's some trees, and then there's obviously the rest of like barracks and stuff like that. Down a
Okay,
little bit
so
further.
he's standing on a platform at the top of the wall,
Yes.
and the wall rises to a height of 3 feet above the platform.
Well, no, sorry. The platform goes 3 feet up. The platform is up probably a good 10 feet. So the wall itself
Okay.
is 13 feet high.
Okay, so the wall, so he's got 3 feet of cover,
Yes.
and he's standing 10 feet in the air.
Yeah.
Okay, and from where he's standing to where the Cardassian body was is how far?
100 meters.
100 meters, 300 feet, the length of a football field.
Yes.
All right. She had a pistol.
Yes.
He had a phaser rifle.
Yes.
He hit her twice in the span of a few seconds with a phaser rifle from on top of the wall. And he was afraid of his life from a disruptor fired at 100 meters. If I'm getting this straight.
That is for you to argue in court. If you're going to argue in
well-
court or make a
well-
deal.
Well,
all right.
shall we go look at the scene?
Yes.
in person?
Yes. Let's go look at the scene.
Mr. Bailey, if you would excuse us.
Just nods.
After you.
By all means, let's go.
As we're walking out, Marshall's going to kind of whisper to the other two. I'm a lawyer, not an investigator, so I'll let one of you two handle this part.
Understood. I'm not too shabby. Jacobs will say.
So yeah, you get to the point where Petty Officer Bailey described. There's a set of stairs that kind of go up to where, and they could kind of technically walk all the way around on top, or walk all the way around
Sure.
the wall if they wanted to.
Standard battlements.
Yeah, standard battlements. There are, where he was at, there is actually a large tree directly behind him.
Okay.
And then a sort of a tower that is adjacent to the tree.
Okay, so there's a tower adjacent to the tree. This is inside the wall.
Yes, inside the wall.
All right. And if we look from his spot on the wall out to where the Cardassian died,
It's
is it-
cleared out fairly far, but then there's a sort of a tree line about 200 to 300
Okay.
meters.
so he had a clear shot.
Yes.
All right. It should be a simple process to check the records supplied to me by Starfleet to see what time of day it was and the lighting conditions. Seeing as they don't want to tell me, they want to make me read it myself.
Dusk. So I think it's there's still a little light, but not a whole lot. And there was a storm brewing, so it was probably fairly dark.
How?
So our Mr. Bailey made a 100-meter shot with a phaser rifle in stormy conditions twice in a matter of seconds.
Yes.
That's damn impressive shooting, if you ask me.
He said he was the best. Well, to the defense team.
Yes.
How
The,
many
the-
times have you
the
cover
defense
a
team is
wall?
not offering that piece of information.
I mean,
No,
if he got
no.
his records, he would have high remarks. So
Okay. I'm going to ask my Starfleet pals here, without giving away any state secrets. What are the ranging capabilities on a standard Starfleet issue rifle? Does it have sights? Does it have laser targeting? Is it typically accurate to 100 meters or more?
Marshall will just look at the other two. I'm a lawyer.
Like most other weapons, it depends on how you kit it out, but standard, it's highly accurate. I wouldn't say it's child's play to make a 100-meter shot, but I'd say it's well within the capabilities of a trained and able officer.
So it's not
within
an
the range of the weapon.
unreasonable thing. Right. Okay. Does anybody bring a tricorder with them? Wesa, did you bring a scanner?
Of
I
course, here
indeed
you go.
did. I did, sir. Yes.
Scan the tree behind us here to see if there's been any disruptor damage.
I'll
You want to
scan
look for a weapon.
it. Actually, Jacobs, you should probably scan that as well.
So yeah, there will be you'll make the same roll. She'll make it. Unfortunately, she does not have a focus for this part, but this was going to be reason science difficulty of 2. And since the Cardassians are technically the bad prosecution is technically the bad guys in this, they'll be using threat. So you get to spend for my threat pool.
Oh, cool. No, I just straight up rolls fine for me. Want me to make it? No focus choose, complication range
well-
1.
Are you gonna roll for her, or do you want me to roll for her?
Yeah, I got her character sheet open.
Okay.
Just out of curiosity, would observational minutia count as a focus?
Sorry, what?
It was worth a shot.
No.
I don't think he heard you.
Oh, I said observational minutia.
I would take observation as a focus.
That's like the micro aspect of that.
I'll take it at an increased complication.
Oh, why not?
Come on.
Can we add ours together?
No.
I don't see any evidence of disruptor fire back there.
Me neither, but I don't think
Do-
so.
Did you? Okay. Okay. Thank you.
I didn't, but we're still pretty far away.
Oh, perhaps you can call in one of your vaunted science teams. I'd like a representative present just to make sure, somebody shoots the thing so you can find trace evidence, of course. Not that you would do that. I'm sure the Federation is completely honest in all their dealings.
Well, I think the best way around any of that type of concern is to just stay here until it's done. I'll call them in now.
We've taken our reading and found nothing, and you have taken your reading and found nothing. We're 2 for 2. I see no reason to continue, but if you'd like to be even more precise in finding nothing, it's your time to waste.
The only reason I suggested is because I don't believe either of us are experts in the field, and I think that if you're that concerned about justice, we need to make sure without a shadow of a doubt we are correct.
Would you have any objection of me bringing down a science team from my vessel?
That
I
would
don't
be
see
the
why
base
that
commander's decision.
would be my colleague makes a great point that would be a base commander decision and not ours, but I personally, as part of the defense team, not only don't object, but would insist.
Very well. This is Thanar saying that?
Jacobs.
Jacobs. That's the black guy.
Edward
No.
Norton.
Edward Norton. Okay. See, I can't keep anything straight. There's no names. Okay. Should we call the base commander to okay this process?
Absolutely. Jacobs to commander, base commander.
This is Commander Wall.
Commander Wall, thank you. Listen, we're over at the scene and we'd like to task a science team to take a look at a couple things. However, both me and my Cardassian counterpart think it's both wise and practical to have a member of their science team or a few of them along for the process. So I was essentially looking for permission to, well, I suppose bring a couple guests by the west wall.
Permission granted, but no weapons from either teams.
I think that will be permissible. I'll say, glancing at the Glen.
Well, she'll nod. I will confirm. I'll tell her to handle it. Contact the ship, have them send down a science scanning team or whatever we call them at Cardassia.
Yeah,
Investigation team.
Yeah, there you go.
And might I remind, the scope of said investigation would be just to the relevant west wall.
So
Naturally.
okay, so this is going to be an advanced creation. So this is technically a presence command difficulty 2. to request a team, or either you could spend a point of determination on it using a value, or 2 threats. From obviously the prosecution, 2 threat can be spent, or
What's the difficulty?
2,
And how much threat do you have?
6.
I'll spend a
don't-
threat for an extra die.
Okay.
I don't mind. Yeah, no problem.
No, I get the threat back, right? Yeah.
Did I roll a 20? Or no, I got a 1.
Yeah, you
I
get
don't
3.
know. I don't know. I don't know what this thing rolled. I'm just looking at 1, 0, and 2.
You get 3 successes.
Yeah.
So
So yes. I could ask for extra information, but no, I'll throw it back in the threat pool.
Just before I give you a question, what about the JAG team?
Does anyone mind if I give this a shot?
Sure, go ahead.
Persuasion.
Sure. You're persuading someone on the ship in orbit currently. So
I too will give you a threat.
both of you got it. 2 science teams, both technically being down, 1 Cardassian, 1 Federation. Given the orders of, to sort of scan the area for, any evidence and whatnot. And as kind of the 2 of you are, both sides are kind of going to their own corner, since you both made it, you both get the information that while it's faint, there is a slight signature of a disruptor, the signature from a disruptor weapon that hit a tree branch.
A slight signature of a disruptor that hit a tree branch.
Yep. Interesting. That gives credence to the notion that there is, in fact, a Cardassian weapon to be found.
To be honest, they elaborate going for it. The said branch it hit was no bigger than essentially an inch in diameter that it took off. So it could have easily been missed.
Is there any other possible cause for said signature?
No.
Okay.
I think this has been a fruitful investigation moment.
Does the
Well, this still doesn't change much about what we discussed earlier. There's still a supply problem that we'd like to get to the bottom of. However, we simply also know that there's a Cardassian weapon that needs to be found.
can the potential trajectory of the shot be determined from the damage?
That would be an information spend.
We don't have any. We don't have none of them. We don't have any of those momentum things.
Can't we just convert a threat into momentum?
For this case, no.
Dang.
Can we get a roll for it then?
For you guys, it's for the prosecution, it will be a threat spend. For you guys though, this is going to be reason or insight plus security difficulty 2. Or science. I can see science.
I'll spend a threat, but I reserve the right to share that information. You know what I'm saying?
Wink, wink. You're gonna hold back on it unless they really push for it.
You said reason plus science?
Reason plus science or security difficulty 2.
I could do reason security.
Yeah, it's a 14 for me, or a 13 for me.
Same.
Oh, that'd be a 13 for me.
Do you have a focus that might apply, Marshall?
I'm a lawyer, man.
Same, basically.
What? Lawyers in a law show?
That's a big no on that. Do you have a focus?
Unless law is a good focus. Or protocol.
Um,
Observational minutia.
I actually
Uh-huh.
created an investigative character for you guys that's a bit more science oriented end of things. But
What about our science team who's right here?
I mean, in all fairness, I do feel pretty confident about it, but I've just been taking the lead on stuff. If other people want to,
That's fair. You can do it. You probably have a focus that applies.
I'll let you can reduce difficulty by 1. The science team.
All right. Well, somebody give him a threat for a third die and give it a shot. We all got a third. We all got a 14 on this.
it was security and insight.
Or
Insight or security or reason security. You can either use security or science, but it's or insight and reason. Your combination. It's multiple combinations here. Just pick one
Yeah.
of those parameters.
I'll take it and give you a threat, insight, security.
Okay. Gain 2 momentum.
You were worried about that roll? Jesus, man.
Oh my god.
You have a 16.
I wasn't worried about it. I just, have been rolling a lot.
we need momentum.
Okay. So the way the angle of the shot, it is presumed that it was aimed at Petty Officer Bailey's direction. So where he was standing at, the shot may have hit him, depending on how he was standing before it hit the tree branch.
So it passed near him on its way to the tree
Yes.
branch, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay.
And would never mind. Actually, no, we got this. Would it have lined up to where her body was found or close to it?
Close to it.
Okay.
Marshall's going to look at Delshine and say, that self-defense claim is starting to look a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps we should change the nature of the investigation to the reason why the colonists were protesting. Perhaps their supplies weren't arrived properly from the Federation Outpost.
I don't know that that's typically germane to this actual investigation. Certainly seems like there's some colonial misadministration going on here.
At this point, it seems clear that she was indeed armed, so I believe knowing the flashpoint or catalyst would be useful to figuring out the situation as a whole.
Perhaps the weapon itself.
Well, we'll not presume that's correct.
But in agreement with Delzine, I would say that while of interest to both the Cardassian Union and the Federation, perhaps not as relevant to the case, what we have is a clear indication that Petty Officer Bailey had reason to believe that he was in danger. He responded according to Starfleet security protocol. I think we have a fairly clear case of self-defense here, prosecutor. What do you think, sir?
Perhaps we could just drop it altogether.
It seems the only logical course of action.
Based on one clipped tree branch.
With
It's-
disruptor residue, I might add.
Fate.
That disruptor residue
Disrupt-
could have been done at any time.
Yes, exactly. To get my research team going on a time component on that. You know, how long ago was the incident? A week,
Uh,
5 days.
I'm gonna say
Approx.
about 5 days.
Okay,
You
so
guys
5 days.
It took you guys a little time to get out of here.
Natural, yes, of course.
How does that line up with the age on the?
That will be momentum. That's an information spend. So
I will spend that.
Now that he's got it,
do you wish to spend for that?
Yeah, I just spent it.
No, I'm at prosecution.
how much you got?
7.
Sure.
The residue signature for the decay rate matches roughly between 7 to 3 days.
So it falls on the time frame.
Yeah, but it's inconclusive. It could have been done afterwards to cover up his lack of response. Could have been done beforehand to set up a situation, or it could have been right there at the exact time. That doesn't give us. That actually muddies the water for your self-defense plan. I'm sure Bailey had his pals who might have come along behind him and shot that tree to support their pal. That's not outside the realm of possibility. My concern is, why didn't the base sensors pick up the original shot? And can we look at the sensor logs to see if they picked up a disruptor shot in that 3 to 7 day time frame that might also account for this burn mark? Because if they find anything outside that time period, then self-defense is out the window. This guy is guilty of sin, and there's a bigger cover-up going on. And now we're getting into the political arena.
I'd
Well-
say we're already there no matter what.
Then let's go have a look.
Let's do. Starting to think there's a fox in this hen house. Is that the right Indian for you guys? I can never tell. English is so weird.
Miss Earth.
What do they say on Andoria? If the ice worm bites?
Something like that.
I just can't imagine miles of frozen water. I just can't. It just seems
How about a
inconceivable.
continent of ice? Yes.
Yeah.
You should
Can't
visit
do
one day. You might like it.
I may indeed.
You might want to bring a jacket.
Cross country skis.
I will say the Cardassians are built for a more arid climate, shall I say.
That's certainly fair. No, as lovely as it is, I think Andoria's probably should be your last, uh, check off the bucket list.
Okay. To kind of speed things up a little bit here. You walk into essentially the center control. You see a Bajoran male working on the essentially sensory equipment. Hears you walk in and goes, stands at attention. How may I help you, sir? Sirs.
Is there another officer available, petty officer?
I can.
Is there a problem, prosecutor?
I am uncomfortable with sensitive data in the hands of a Bajoran, as they have a known, perhaps well-deserved dislike of Cardassians. I would like to avoid any sense of impropriety if I could.
Well, you're right here to observe.
I probably cannot observe closely enough to see any computer shenanigans that might occur. I would be more comfortable with a senior officer.
Why don't we split the difference? I'll do it.
That's acceptable to me.
He looks oddly confused. Sir, I cannot allow the authorization of anyone to work or touch this station.
Strings, who's
How
your,
come?
who's your combating officer?
That would be Lieutenant Commander Aiden Wall, sir.
We'll wait.
Indeed.
Well, let's see if we can get the commander a call. Marshall just hit his comm badge. This is Jag
You
Officer
were trying to
Marshall
speed things along.
to Lieutenant Commander, whatever that guy's name was.
This is Commander Wall. How can I help you?
Commander Wall, we have a small problem with racism down here in the computer lab. Would you authorize the JAG team access to your sensor file, your sensor data?
Of course. Give me a moment, and you can hear the conversation. And literally, he calms down to the petty officer and informs him to give all full access to the allow the JAG team full access to the sensor array and records.
Thank you.
Apology, sir. And he
It's-
steps aside.
Thank
It was
you
a-
for your understanding, petty officer.
Clarence will step aside with him. Not your fault, petty officer. Some
It was a
cultures,
proper request.
some cultures just can't get past their inherent racism.
To be fair, this is speciesism. And I did say that her potential bias is warranted.
That is fair.
Really quite disgraceful how the old Cardassian regime treated Bajor.
I couldn't agree
Occupation is still ongoing in this time frame. Just FYI.
Oh, I didn't know that. Never mind. I
Yeah.
thought we were at least post that. Then what are we doing with Bajorans in Starfleet?
Some Bajorans
with
are
you. Some got away.
Some got away. And there
Okay.
definitely is some animosity between the Bajoran people who work here. So
So my concerns are not unwarranted.
so you wish to go through the records?
Yes, we're looking
Please.
for evidence of disruptor fire in a 2-day period around the incident.
Reason con difficulty 2.
I'm sorry, is this me?
It's reason con difficulty 2. Whoever is going through the records.
Unless you want me to access your censored logs.
I don't. Oh God. Okay. One threat.
Well, you gain 2 momentum. Sensors indicate, as you're going through it, that there were only the time indicated of the incident, only a phaser shot twice at the designated time. The intervals between was actually closer to 10 seconds, not the 2 seconds that Bailey said, but for more accurate.
Well, he did say in his head he got all timey-wimey.
So he's an unreliable witness. Gotcha.
Did not say that out loud.
Sensor logs do not indicate any disruptor fire at any point in time.
Interesting.
Does
Actually,
it,
could you look into electrical disturbances during that same time? Bailey did. There was an incident of the storm at the time.
That is a momentum spin.
We have
I'm
one of
good with
those.
that.
GM will note there's only 3 or 2 momentum left, not 3. There was indeed a lightning strike in between the shot for Bailey nearby. Approximately, it was fairly off, about 500 meters away, but more than enough to make a loud, crackling thunder strike noise nearby. As well as several other lightning strikes within the several kilometers around the outpost throughout the night, and a little bit before, several kilometers away as the storm rolled in.
Could that interfere with the sensors?
No. It was a relatively minor thunderstorm. Rain, some wind and some rain, and then some lightning.
And just to be clear, we haven't had any disruptor fire there since or beforehand.
It is the sensors do not indicate any disruptor fire at all.
Could we broaden the search a day in either direction to account for
No,
changes?
that's
Here?
all. There is no records of a disruptor
period.
fire at all. Period.
Okay.
At the base.
Is it
Thanks.
possible to see if the sensors themselves or the logs have been tampered with?
You're at 2 momentum, by the way.
Sorry.
No, you were well away. So because the information's been. Reason plus engineering, difficulty of 3.
Now I know when I'm definitely out of my element. So I'm gonna look up and say, uh, you know, something just doesn't seem to add up here completely. Are any of you guys good at, well, seeing, let's trying to find programming fingerprints?
Not me. I know how to turn my data pad on.
Shots?
I'm not an expert in that.
I'm gonna look to the Cardassian.
I'm a history professor.
Well,
Plus, you wouldn't want me accessing your systems anyway.
That's
I
true.
would-
What is the role going to be?
Reason plus engineering, difficulty 3.
Yikes.
I'm observing the petty officer through this exchange. Does he look nervous or bored?
Insight Command difficulty 2.
Insight command?
Yes, Insight Command difficulty 2.
Yeah.
It seems relatively calm for the most part.
Okay.
I'll be more than happy to take a look at that for you, sir, if you're looking for any tambourine.
My objection on that has already been noted.
Fair. Then I'm gonna double down and give it the old college try. Hey, he's a history professor. Hopefully he can help. Um, all right. First things first. Will you take the value? The best way to find the information is the source.
No.
Okay.
Take mission directive.
I'll take mission directive.
Okay. Can I can use that, right?
Yeah, you can use the mission directive
Okay.
for 2 auto successes.
Yes.
Okay.
And this is important. So 1 momentum, 2 threat.
How many dice are you rolling?
Oh, that's right. Uh, 1 momentum, 1 threat for 3 dice.
Okay.
And I'm guessing I do not have a focus, so
Computers.
That's a success.
Momentum gained.
4 and a 3. Good job. Perhaps if this law thing doesn't work out, there's a future for you in sensor tech.
well, either that or private investigations.
Well, that's a thing? Private investigations?
Indeed. I sell my services to investigate on demand.
How did you ever make it into space?
I didn't want to.
I sent the info to you, but I may have realized I sent it to probably the wrong Discord account.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me take a look. Interesting. Um, let's see here. I I'm gonna bring Dal Zane and I'm gonna point something out to him, and I'm gonna bring the rest of the team in too, and I'm gonna say, if you take a look right here, here and here, those are pretty clear indicators that the sensors have been tampered with. At the moment, well, they're set to filter out disruptor fire, at least from the logs.
Who was on duty during those times?
That's an information spend.
I think it's an important one.
I'll spend it.
Interesting. Seems a petty officer Arzo.
As everyone turns to look at Petty Officer Arzo.
I noticed she moved away while we moved all the way down here. He moved away. That's a guy, right?
It's a guy.
Okay.
Interesting.
Mr. Arzo, care to explain?
Explain what?
Well, sensor records have been modified while you were on duty.
He stands at attention. I reserve my right to consult with my counsel.
We can be your counsel. We're pretty good. We just got Bailey's off.
Actually, Mr.
Nick.
Jacobs, I believe we have a conflict of interest here. Lieutenant Marshal for security.
Go ahead.
Need a security team to computer room 3.
The station's chief of security walks in with the security team.
Mr. Jacobs, would you like to show the security chief, the evidence you found?
Absolutely, Chief. If you just want to take a look, over here, it looks like the programming was pretty decent, but, well, couldn't have been too masterful if I managed to find it.
You can see like she gets a little like kind of snarls, like a little almost growl beneath her Cation teeth. Petty Officer Razzo, you are hereby confined to the brig. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say and do will be held you against a court of law. Do you understand these rights? I do. She looks at the security officers and they take him away.
Curious. Did
Next time I will have another engineer look at the sensor logs if there's ever an incident.
You might still want to do that.
I think I'll have someone from the other starship in orbit.
except why would he attempt?
I wouldn't
Why would-
know. That is your job. Well, not your job, my job. I believe you still have a case.
We do, and as after he leaves, I'm gonna say something doesn't seem to add up here, especially because I would think that the the petty officer would try to frame the Cardassian and not the Starfleet officer.
Indeed.
Perhaps they might also be involved with other situations, like the supplies to the Cardassians or other. We don't have enough information to know for sure, but that's neither here nor there.
We have plenty of evidence of administrative malfeasance in the operation of this colony world. That's for sure.
And we have yet to see your side of the equation as well.
What would you like to know? I have a bunch of tired, hungry, ill-supplied Cardassians. Are you saying that Bajoran was in cahoots with a Cardassian to somehow frame Petty Officer Bailey?
I'm saying that the Bajoran framed Petty Officer Bailey, and we simply need to find out why.
Well, you have that petty officer in custody. And apart from her being implicit in my investigation to uncover the truth behind the murder of one of our citizens. That seems like mostly a Federation internal matter.
Well, it doesn't change the fact that you're still not getting the supplies, at least supposedly, and I'd like to make sure that that um, happens correctly.
Petty Officer Arzo was the engineer responsible for the supply dumps on the Federation side. We should probably go talk to this Giro Genti on the
Certainly.
pickup side. And we may want to talk to the chief medical officer because they're also supplying medical supplies.
I concur.
I'm okay with this.
Well, we're here at the base. Why don't we talk to the CMO first?
As the Vulcans say, that's quite logical. Pointy-eared bastards.
Vulcans.
If only the
Fine minds
pre-made
out of
character I made got to make an appearance.
What are you talking about? I'm a pre-made character.
Well,
Volko, where
former
are
player.
you?
I'm offended by that statement.
So yeah, you see the doctor. I do not have a token for them, but middle-aged woman, blonde hair, green eyes, walks up to you. Can I help you? Do you require
doctor.
medical attention?
We are the investigative team and looking up to the incident with Petty Officer Bailey last week, and we have some questions for you about the medical supplies you've been supplying the Cardassian colony.
Of course.
What's the procedure, and what are the typical items included in said shipments?
They send a request to the station or the outpost commander, and request form is filled out. Notify the supplies. Typical request form is filled out of supplies being given, and I hand them over.
So I'm sure there's a vaunted Federation paper trail to explain all this. We're talking bandages and, disinfectants, things like that.
Bandages, antibiotics, disinfectants, occasional dermal regenerator.
Anything that might be of value outside of its medical use?
No. Honestly, most of the stuff is fairly basic.
And how often are these supplies dropped?
Mainly, I believe it's been food. There was only recently a case for some medical supplies that they couldn't replicate themselves.
Approximately how often do these requests come in? Making a shipment a week, every 2 weeks?
About every other week sometimes, or at least recently. I'm told that they've been having some equipment malfunction at their colony.
Indeed. Do you know who's in charge of the colonial maintenance? We've already talked with one ensign who's been there 4 times. Who generally assesses those assignments?
Well, that'd be you have to talk to the mayor of the Cardassian colony.
Well, I mean, from the Federation side, who decides who goes and how often? Do you have a
We have
chief engineer in charge of that?
No, we have a direct link
So they
mine
just
is-
call, say my widget is broke, and then somebody goes out to fix it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm
Or if they need
sure you're not.
if they need medical supply, if they need medical aid, we stand ready to help them out. Though I believe the last incident they refused our help. So
Could you
Oh,
please let us know a little bit more about that?
that was during the riots. There was some of them got injured during when the crowd dispersed. We attempted to offer aid to them. They refused, and they were taken back to the colony. As far as I know, they're alive and well. We sent another commander went there personally with the Master Chief to check out to see if they were okay.
Um, stepping away from the riots for a moment, before the riots, just I know that you said you don't often supply them with medicinals, but do you happen to know if there was a sharp incline of necessity?
Really, the sharp incline has been recent.
After the riots, I would assume.
Before the riots,
Okay, thank you.
I've been on this state. I've been here at this outpost for honestly 6 years. I have a home in the village, in the Federation colony. Honestly, it's been rather peaceful up until recently.
did anything happen recently, do you think, that might cause this uptick?
Not that I'm aware of.
Um, just just a hypothetical. If the Cardassians uh weren't receiving full dosages of the medicines you provided, would that encompass the rise in request?
Um, Potentially, unless they're going through the supplies relatively quickly. There is a limit, but I mean, the limit is pretty generous, especially for a colony of around 1,200.
Of course, I understand. Thank you.
I have no further questions, Doctor. Thank you for your time.
Doctor, can we get a just in case it becomes relevant later? Um, can we get a manifest of the supplies that were provided?
Yeah, 1 second. And she walks off and grabs a pad and hands you the supplies. There was only 2 indications where they handed off medical supplies, and they were pretty much standard relief kits. And when she means generous amount, it was a fairly generous amount of medical supplies, like enough to last them for 12 or for Colony 1200 for easily 6 months.
But they've requested it twice
Yeah.
in the last month. So something has happened to that colony in the last month that's caused a lot of things to change. Curiouser and curiouser.
Indeed.
I think our next action is clear.
Uh, I think so too, but what were you thinking? Let's see if we're on the same page.
We need to visit the colony.
Indeed. Excellent.
Hmm. To think, I was trepidatious about working with the Federation on this. You've really been quite delightful.
I mean, it helps matters, especially when we're dealing with such unfortunate circumstances. Plus, we're on a planet.
Aren't you a member of Starfleet?
You know what? That's only because there was no planet fleet.
I take it you have a problem with space?
Uh, uh, Not always. I look up. It's quite comforting. Just I simply don't like being in it.
Interesting. You've made an
It's
interesting career choice, sir.
well, I'm starting to regret it at this particular second.
Well, let's hitch a ride to the colony.
Yet a ride to the colony takes about roughly 10 minutes. You arrive at the colony. It's very arid. Kind of went through like more of a forest region than you entered, like what seems to be more plains, a bit more arid climate, with the nearby, running river with a few trees around it. And you're greeted by the mayor, who you met before, except for the other JAG team.
Gentlemen, I present the mayor of our Cardassian colony. Let me scroll up to find his name. Zitak Rod. Rod, this is Lieutenants Marshal Thanar and Jacobs.
Well
Nice
met.
to meet you.
Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, my Federation compatriots here have some questions for you. We find some very interesting data. I urge you to be very cooperative.
Of course.
Jacobs is gonna look to one of his colleagues.
All right, mind. Now, who are we talking to again?
The
This
mayor.
The,
guy?
Card-
The mayor?
the mayor of the Cardassian colony.
So, Mayor, how's the since the incident? How has the mood been in the colony?
We look forward to the day that justice is served for one of our sisters.
Reasonable, reasonable. Hey, does the mayor's office look disproportionate to his position? You know, regarding like the
Um,
quality of the art and
No, everything there looks pretty old. Like it's been there for a while. It's his office is adjacent to his house. So it doesn't look like he's hoarding like cash, if that's what you mean.
yeah, that's what I'm waiting to see if we had.
It appears he lives a very humble lifestyle.
So I hear things have been kind of rough here on the colony. Short supplies, equipment breaking down,
Yes, far too often than what I care to like.
and food shortages. So tell me about the distribution process that you use for the Federation supplies that Mr. Genty brings in.
Standard Cardassian policy. The food is stored at our warehouse and then distributed to each family member equally. The medical supplies are stored at our clinic and only used as a on need basis. We do have enough medical supplies to last 6 months, but the food has been, well, they haven't been as generous as what they claim to be. And
Do you have manifests, sir?
yes, and he rumbles through his papers and then hands you a Cardassian pad.
I'll let my Glyn do a comparison between the Federation invoices and the Cardassian invoices, looking for discrepancies.
Reason or insight con? Diff 1.
Reason, we'll go with reason. Con, it's not a terribly good roll. Have a threat,
Well, we'll be spending through it.
because it's not a very good roll for me. But that was good enough.
Are you using her Lisa?
I used her sheet for that.
Oh, that's right, she does have a good con. I forgot.
It's just me rolling it. It's just me pushing the
Yeah.
button. So
Well, anyway, you get the threat back.
great.
She
you
looks at
double
you
digit
and whispers in your ear.
Okay.
So what'd you find?
Tappity, tappity, tappity. Interesting. Mr. Mayor, do you attest to the validity of these reports?
I do.
Very well. There are quite a few discrepancies here. Is Genty the only one handling the supply of these?
No.
Who else is involved in that?
Yahin Prem.
There's a familiar name.
Oh,
Yes, Jahan Prem was the person your Mr. Bailey struck
mm,
in an incident at the village a few weeks ago.
And Dina Kessel. Kiesel? The victim.
The
The
victim.
victim. Yeah.
Really interesting.
The three of them worked on helping with the supply storage.
Can we get Mr. Genty in here, please? He's not the sheriff, is he?
No.
Oh, yes. Please ask Mr. Genty to be here, and would, if you don't mind, have the sheriff detain Mr. Prem for us, please.
May I ask the problem here?
There's a pretty large discrepancy between the Federation records and your records of the supplies that you've been receiving.
Of course.
And at this point, I want to get to the bottom of that. It's entirely possible that the Federation is inflating their records, or that you're being shorted. Certainly, the Federation has no reason to keep a Cardassian colony on their planet, so I'm not discounting that. But I've already met Mr. Prem.
He gets essentially on a short range communicator, contacts the sheriff, And you guys wait several minutes until you know, sheriff walks in and apologies. Jiro and Yen are not here.
Not here.
They're not at the village.
Where
Could you
could
find
they
out their
be?
whereabouts?
I regret to inform you I do not know where they are at. But I will get on it right away.
Do they typically have communicators on them?
Only when they
But
leave
if
the
they-
village and they're not responding and there are no communicators missing.
I see. Is this village where the majority of the Cardassians remain?
This is the only Cardassian village on this planet.
It's like you don't have fields or mines or something far off that you visit.
No.
Uh, I will contact my ship and ask them to scan for Cardassian life signs outside the village, please.
Presence command difficulty 2.
Persuasion as a focus.
Sure.
There you go.
Good threat. At this point, though, I'm happy for you to be on the other team.
I'm
Well,
okay
we're
with this.
I don't
We're
know what
not
you're
done
talking
yet.
about.
The only Cardassians are at the colony, including yourself.
Really? So they're here in the village.
Or perhaps a ship.
Are there other ships in orbit?
Just
We'll
the
let the
two.
Federation. We'll let the Federation decide that one. Just the two. So there's the Nimitz and whatever rust bucket to send me out.
Yeah, the Galore class. The Galore. It's a nice ship. Well armed.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
The pride of the not the pride of the state, but a very prideful ship for the Cardassian Union.
And the Nimitz is an Excelsior? What you said?
Yes, it's actually an older ship from the 2290s.
So we could take him if we had to. I'm not
It-
going to get on a ship combat
Maybe.
today.
Maybe.
All right. We definitely have some questions for them. Sheriff, would you please organize a search for these two?
He looks at you and then looks at the mayor, and the mayor just nods and he goes and does what you request.
Can he be counted on, Mr. Mayor?
He is my brother-in-law.
Uh,
So is that a maybe?
yeah.
I know on Earth that doesn't mean much.
I'm not particularly fond of my brother-in-law.
There's more that unites us than divides us.
Yeah.
He has his faults, but he's never weighed on his duty.
Very good, because that's very important. Because it seems the surface data would seem to indicate that these two individuals we're looking for have been stealing supplies from the mouths of your constituents. And somehow conspired with the base, the Federation base, to cover up their plan.
Larceny.
That is a very, very curious set of situations, considering their co-conspirator was a Bajoran.
He just kind of looks at you like puzzled, like in shock. Like he's been conspiring with a Bajoran? Unheard of.
As I said, very curious situation. It's what it appears. Clearly, we need to ask more questions.
How long do you plan on waiting in the village?
I mean, did you say it was what, 1,200 people?
Yeah,
How many people are in the sheriff's department?
2. You probably
Uh,
You probably get some of the locals to help him in the search that he trusts to deputize him.
Okay.
But
Well, I'll sit and make small talk with the mayor and tell him stories of Cardassia, and until the Starfleet guys get bored of hearing about it, and we do something else.
he pulls out a very old bottle of Canar for the special occasion.
Oh, delightful.
Because unfortunately, they don't get Canar out here.
What if it's possible to see the warehouses and food distribution centers?
Several hours pass, however. The sheriff returns and asks all of you to accompany him.
Okay.
You got it.
Um, I regret to inform you, I did not find the individuals, but we did find the food storage. Most of it has been destroyed or have gone rotten. And he opens it up and says, "This is Yehan's place." As he opens up the floorboard and reveals sort of like a basement,
A hidden
cellar
basement.
type. Yeah, a hidden basement.
Curiouser and curiouser.
It does
So,
seem. Do you, Sheriff, have a black market issue here in the colony?
He looks at you like, "I wish it was that simple,"
oh,
and walks off.
I don't think he's going to explain.
it's a one shot, right?
Sorry, what?
This is a one shot, right?
Yes, this is a one shot. Depends on how you guys wish to end it, because we are getting close to 4 hours.
Now, Shane, I would propose that perhaps the problem here is not Petty Officer Bailey. A conspiracy among several, both Federation and Cardassian individuals. I have to wonder if perhaps Mr. Bailey saw something, or somebody perceived that he saw something that he should not have, and somebody wished to discredit him. But in either
Well,
case, I have more than enough to cast reasonable doubt in a court martial.
I think that's fair.
But I think that both of our government's efforts can be better served somewhere other than in a court martial. that's not going to go anywhere. I'm going to propose that perhaps it is time to drop the charge against Mr. Bailey and propose that we or someone more qualified for investigation, some cooperation between Cardassia and the Federation to investigate this occurrence.
How
Because
many
it is most
incidents?
definitely hurting your people, as they're not getting the food and supplies the Federation has been providing.
How many incidences of masked disruptor fire were there in the computer logs?
None. And there was only the one entry for the phaser. Well, the one incident reported at all for any sort of firing for the phaser fire, and there was no logs because they had been tampered with.
Right, but how many pieces of evidence of tampering were there?
Just the one.
Just the one. All right, because I still have a problem with Bailey. I'm not going to lie. For someone who claims to have lost time and been muddled and all the rest of that, he managed to shoot at a person twice, taking 10 seconds to aim a second time, killing them at 100 meters with a phaser rifle set to stun. That that doesn't fly with me. That is that's beyond believability.
A natural
Uh,
reaction for a soldier making their first combat
well,
action.
well, there was 10 seconds between that first shot and the second. So we have one shot from our Cardassian, thereby causing him to take aim and fire a phaser rifle. I mean, uh, and hitting her. There's no further incidents of her shooting again, and a lightning strike managed to come down in that time frame, and he still has time to make another long range shot with a phaser rifle and kill somebody with with it set on stun. That's fishy to me. That stress, what's the word? Stresses incredulity. So I don't think we're completely clear on that point. Um, the food that uh, what's his name stole is rotting in his basement, which also doesn't make sense. Uh, why would he steal food just to let it spoil? There's a
That is
lot of
another.
questions here.
There are many questions, but for my part, I understand prosecutors, and I'm a defense attorney.
I understand you wanting to defend your client. I would expect nothing less.
I
Uh,
have more than enough to establish reasonable doubt, which is why
I
in a federation court.
I am willing to. Well, I mean, really, the Cardassians aren't actually. We're just here to extradite him and try him under our own system. Um, but I'm willing to stipulate manslaughter because that 10-second delay in that second shot is suspicious, especially when there's no record of a second disruptor shot.
To be fair, those records were tampered with, so the time delay between the first and second is also in question.
Possibly, possibly.
That's the
W-
question.
you have a crack team investigating that now, as I understand it, and we'll have better information on that later.
Well, I can take your offer back to my client. In fact, I'm obligated to do so. He's already expressed he would rather go to court, but I'm obligated to take your offer. Um, I don't think we're going to agree. I'm fairly certain he would not agree to extradition. I might be able to talk him into manslaughter and the minimum period of incarceration in a Federation penal colony.
I would want at least a discharge from service to go with that.
Well, that would be if he pleads guilty to manslaughter, he would that would be automatic. That would involve a reduction in rank and a dishonorable discharge. Again, I make no promises. He's already expressed a desire to take this to trial, but at the very least, I would want to take him a deal that he would be a reasonable person might be willing to take. An extradition to Cardassia is probably not going to fly here.
At this point, we're playing in the political arena, and the outcome of this young man is inconsequential in the long run.
Not to me, it's not.
No, I
He
understand.
is my only concern.
Yes, but he is not my only concern. However, it was rapidly approaching my bedtime because I'll be up at 5 in the morning, regardless of what time I go to bed. So
Mm.
I don't know what to do about that. I think there's got a whole lot of stuff going on here that we haven't even scratched the surface of. It seems a little more than just a case of black market.
Well,
I agree.
our purview is in this case itself, and I think the fate of Petty Officer Bailey is at stake here. However, there are major, or at least some, political situations that we can't address right now, but we can at least address the situation they're involved in.
I mean, I think it's clear that Mr. Bailey should, at least for this instant, be let go and cleared.
I
Marshall is
disagree.
confident that he can get reasonable doubt. There's enough here that if Dell Sheen takes it to trial, Marshall is confident he can win.
I think you should wait to see the final combed over data before you get all cocky. Is that 10 seconds speaks to premeditation. That's a long time, especially if he's, reacting in the minute, in the instance to defend himself from someone who's 300 feet away with a pistol. I mean, you claim he's a good shot. Clearly, that's true. He's demonstrated that. You say he's well-trained security officer. That I have my doubts of, person.
Lieutenant Marshall,
Yes.
we have your findings for you.
Thank you. Marshall will look at it.
Unfortunately, when you read over the findings of the sensor data, it is, I wouldn't say inconclusive, but the data has been almost scrambled to the point where even the phaser shots may not even line up. It could have been a little bit longer. And there's also indication that the shot might have happened closer.
So now the body was moved?
It's
That's
just
sort of
the
point.
data is scrambled because of really what it is the data is scrambled from the sensors.
Or Mr. Bailey's.
Well, if there is an offer on the table, I will need to talk to my client. What is your offer, Mr. Zine?
Uh, we have the barest evidence of actual disruptor fire. We have a planet-wide conspiracy working under the auspices of the Federation going on here. We have clear evidence of, colonial malfeasance going on here. I'm willing to offer that Mr. Bailey is released on time served, and the Federation vacate Minos Korva.
I'm not authorized to make deals on behalf of the Federation, only my client, Mr. Zine.
Well,
That
then I suggest you talk to someone.
that first part sounded reasonable, though.
Well, that's the offer I am allowed to permit on behalf of the Cardassian government.
Fascinating. Well, Mr. Jacobs, Mr. Thanar, shall we go speak to our client? And then I suppose we need to talk to Starfleet Command.
I think you have a few questions you need to ask that kid.
Perhaps, but I'm not at liberty to discuss that at this time.
I understand.
Mr. Jacobs, Mr. Thanar, what do you think? Shall we go talk to Mr. Bailey?
Do we should?
Yes, certainly. Perhaps we can tie all this information up and present the case to the commanding officer of the base. Unless they're involved, we don't know for sure. But we got to start somewhere.
So we're gonna go talk to Bailey.
All right.
I have a question or two for the sheriff too.
I didn't stick with you for a minute. What questions do you have for the sheriff?
I want to know what he means when he says, "I wish that were it," and I'm willing to invoke. Cardassia expects everyone to do their duty on that role.
I'll type it to you.
Okay. Well, I'll do that.
We'll cut back to you as eventually you return and Bailey's brought you into the conference room. And kind of motions like, so how's it looking?
Interesting, Mr. Bailey. Anything you're not telling us?
Sorry.
We're running across some really interesting information. Have you told us everything about the night in question, about the supply transfers?
It would behoove you to answer truthfully.
President's Command, difficulty 3.
Okay. Well, let's move this along. Persuasion is a focus.
Yes.
Can I assist? I also have persuasion.
Yeah, you can assist.
And I'll spend my determination towards the value. Sometimes you have to sell ice to Andorians.
Did you change it
Um,
before you found out about me? Or?
No,
Take
I,
it.
I
He said
it was
that. It's original.
it was my variation on sometimes you have to sell ice to Eskimos. I thought
Yeah.
Andorians made it better. Leave you 2 threat for a 3rd die just in case.
Complication range 2.
Ay, ay, ay. All right.
And what was it again? Presence command?
Yes.
Yeah, I hit the button. There it is.
You need
2,
to spend
4,
determination.
5, 6, 7.
4 momentum gained. I may have exaggerated about that night, but
Exaggerated how?
the perceived look of it, she was closer on the first hit than where she shot me from. She did shoot, and she had a disruptor pistol. But then she moved back another 50 meters, and when she turned around to take aim again is when I fired. She was retreating, and I was letting let her go, but when she turned around, I couldn't chance it.
Even with a pistol? At
Even
that
with the
range?
pistol at that range. That first shot nearly took my head off. And I don't even, and if she was able to get me down by some miracle, I don't know what would happen to the outpost, let alone the Federation colony.
What danger does one Cardassian woman pose to the outpost, Mr. Bailey?
Some of us been talking. We've been giving them the supplies they need, yet they're protesting, saying we haven't been given enough. There's obviously something fishy going on around here. I don't know what it is, whether something the commander's doing or some sort of inside job that the Cardassians are doing. I don't know.
Why would you suspect your commander?
Wouldn't order the search for that gun. That gun that would exonerate me.
We're assuming that the Federation commander has authority to issue a search.
Let's be honest, he could make a deal with the mayor for all I care to search the colony.
That
He didn't
seems
try.
Curious why you lied to us the first time.
I didn't lie, I exaggerated.
Semantics.
If I said my skin was green, then that'd be an exaggeration. There is
No.
blue in green.
She died where I shot her at. That's the truth.
Why were you not entirely truthful the first time?
Because I'm afraid of how it looks. I am the best shooter here. No one would doubt me otherwise to make that shot, especially in that time frame. Done it before on target practice fields. Granted, it was raining and storming, but could have made the shot.
According to your records, you are capable of making that shot. Why would
Because it would raise doubt that she was leaving, and I didn't hesitate when she turned around with her gun. It would raise doubt.
well, you know what raises doubt is the sensor readings that don't match our story.
What do you mean?
The sensor records and the disruptor shots and the phaser shots. They don't match your story.
What are you saying?
The timing of the shots. Sensor records, once we recovered them, differ from your recollection of events.
When the chief
Normally that's not.
told
Normally
me,
that's not. The sensor records are a little muddy anyway. But if we add that to you changing your story,
sounds
that
look,
complicates your defense.
counsel, look, I have nothing to do with the sensors. I have no idea. I know someone's been tampering with sensors. I've reported odd glitches in the sensor readings for the past 2 weeks.
Reported to who?
The person in charge of the sensor array, Petty Officer Alarzo.
Another familiar name.
Well, Petty Officer Arzo is most likely the one that's been modifying the sensor readings. Your security chief just took her into custody about an hour ago.
Do you have copies of those reports?
They would be filed with, if the entry was logged, they'd be filed with the Master Chief.
I mean, do you have a personal copy that you
I
kept
do
with
not.
you? Okay.
Look, what's gonna happen to me?
Well, the Cardassian prosecutor has offered a deal that I doubt the Federation will take.
Mountain, you're hot miking.
Sorry.
Because they want to. They actually offered to give you time served if the Federation would give up their claim to this world. We both know that's not happening. Which means we're going to have to take this to trial. I'm pretty good. I can probably get reasonable doubt. But if the Cardassians are pushing to gain possession of this planet, then the 3 Cardassians on the panel are probably not going to vote in your favor. The 3 Federation officers, I can convince them. The Romulan is the wild card.
So you're saying my fate rests in the hands of a Romulan?
That is my prediction. Mr. Jacobs, Mr. Thanar, would you concur?
I would, however, yeah, it's a bummer.
So,
Yeah, I think the situation for you, Officer Bailey, is the data that it was required to prove your innocence has been corrupted. And that is a different investigation and matter in and of itself. However, it does impact your trial, especially in view of the Cardassian prosecutors' insistence of having you incarcerated for manslaughter and losing your commission, and you would be culpable for the death because there's not enough actual evidence to prove otherwise. We do have some evidence that there was a disruptor fire at the tree where you were standing on the west wall, which is something on your behalf. However, given the other data, it may not be possible to convince any of the Cardassians of that.
Well, it's like the Cardassian prosecutor said. We're really dealing with politics. I
Yes,
don't
but
think
it's also dealing with Bailey's livelihood.
that's
and life.
true. But my point is, I don't think I could put on a holocam recording of Officer Bailey on the other side of the planet at the time of the killing, and I still think that the Cardassians would vote to extradite. In other words, I think the court martial is going to be rigged.
I don't believe the prosecutor is wholly unreasonable in this, but they do have ulterior motives, at least to have success in this. And given all the information that we have so far, it seems that a conspiracy, at least based here at the base, and also in the colony, the Cardassian colony, that
Right.
it's gone beyond this particular.
Well, on that we agree, Mr. Thanar. It's not the Cardassian prosecutor that's the problem. In a fair trial, I can beat him. I just don't think it's going to be a fair trial.
How so?
I think the three Cardassians on the panel will vote to extradite Mr. Bailey, regardless of what I do.
Well, with
I-
all due respect, I would say that the same or the opposite could be said for the Federation canceling them out. So
It leaves us
it
with Romulan.
it does. Whether or not that's gonna be fair, well, that's a little bit more difficult to predict.
And that's why they came in as an independent. And as the evidence has been tampered with itself for the most part, we do have a small amount of evidence that there was disruptor fire. But
Wait, you're not hearing me, Mr. Thanar. The evidence. I think the evidence is relatively unimportant at this point.
what I'm saying is that we can speak to the Romulan about what we have for information, but I don't think it's enough, like you were saying, to persuade them, perhaps.
Well, I think
So, Mr. Bailey, with all that in mind, are you sure there's nothing else that you know or suspect that you think we need to know?
Is your engineer friend involved with this in some way?
Lizzie, no. She hates the Cardassians. She only puts up with them because she's Starfleet.
Well, that doesn't really help the cause here. We already have a Bajoran in custody who is definitely not up and up as far as the Cardassians are concerned.
Why would Arzo? Was he helping the Cardassians? I mean, that makes sense.
It wasn't helping you.
Did you see something that you shouldn't have? Did you see a supply drop or something like that?
Arzo got something against you?
Two momentum.
Oh,
He might
You got
recall something.
a
Do it.
I'll spend 2 momentum.
When when Lizzie and I were the last visit, we were they wouldn't let us look at one of the replicators that was designated to be fixed to repair it. That's when the Yahan kept being very persistent in helping us, and then making his advances towards her.
Was he trying to interfere with your work with that replicator?
I think he could have maybe been distracting her. But it was really weird. The one building they wouldn't let us go in. It had a faulty replicator.
Can you describe the building in some way,
Uh,
or who the resident was?
it looked like a big storage house. Some sort of machine shop.
Does that sound familiar? Like the place where the food was found?
It was his residence. They found the food at.
Okay. Well, that's useful information.
Why in the world would the Cardassians want to let all that food go waste? Causing
The
The riot.
riots. Giving them a chance to take over the base, infiltrate the base in some way with that woman.
well, science demand may be the answer to that question. If they're trying to create a situation that would force the Federation to give up the planet.
That was an insisted part of the deal.
Okay.
Interesting.
I'll let you guys
How
ponder
would you
that.
get a Bajoran on board with that?
I'll let you guys ponder some of that stuff as we're gonna go to the galore. My sister,
Word.
this is how they regulate us to talk to the Gaul again.
That's true, but there is something afoot here that needs some clarification. I think the stability of the quadrant may depend on it.
Well, I see. And after a few moments, you're allowed entry into sort of the Gaul's ready room, so to speak. Ah, tell me, what progress have you made?
We have found some very interesting information.
Hmm.
Uh, Turns out that there were some of the local Cardassians involved in a conspiracy to steal supplies from the Federation supply drops, and somehow had managed to get a Bajoran to help them.
And what
When
of this? He kind of stops for a second. And what of this Bajoran?
she's currently in Federation custody while they investigate.
It's actually a guy.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know the picture looks like a
I know.
girl. It's very
Mm.
girly looking.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a they. I don't know. The Federation has her in custody down at their station and are investigating that. But the sheriff of the town, the Cardassian sheriff, um, said that you might have some more information about what's going on down there.
He just gives you a stern look. What are your odds of success on this, given this light of this information? And do you think your Starfleet counterparts know of this information?
Yes. They were with me when we discovered it.
That is too bad.
Care to clue me in, sir?
We should have never gave up this system in the treaty.
I believe that was the epitome of all good treaties. Everybody walked away angry about it.
This system is a relative gold mine. Do you know they found 3 moons littered with dilithium right at our doorstep?
I
And a
was
Class M
unaware.
planet to go with it.
That is indeed a fortunate circumstance.
This system is a strategic location for the Union. Or it could be one that could be prove a quite disadvantage if the Federation were ever to invade us.
I see. So is it my understanding that you somehow coerced the colonies down there to instigate this trouble so we would have a political excuse to take the planet back?
Given you're following Federation law, I cannot comment on military agendas. You understand, don't you?
Quite clearly, sir, yes.
Now, what are your odds of success?
Um, I would say effectively they are 0 of getting Lieutenant or Petty Officer Bailey remanded to our custody. There is ample evidence to sway their jury that it could at least be possibly self-defense, though I still think there may be something there. I did present them with an offer of manslaughter with reduction in rate and dishonorable discharge. They are presenting that to their client now. Um, I think we could certainly make a case of colonial malfeasance, colonial administrative malfeasance, and perhaps bring Minos Korva as a military protectorate under the Union due to their horrible mismanagement of it. Um, if the Federation ever got wind of any potential Cardassian involvement in said disruptions, however, that would look very poorly on us.
You said the Federation team knows of what you already know, correct?
They know that there was right now they're thinking it's a black market situation where, some individuals were profiting off of the supply dumps. The implication of the Bajoran is a complication, though, and it could cause some inconvenient investigations.
You will go back to your counterparts with a new offer. The petty
Yes.
officers resign and no longer be part of Starfleet and serve at a minimum 2 years of one of their penal colonies or whatever they call them.
Do they call them re-education camps? Who knows?
Because I believe that's what the term affirmed in the document.
It is a light punishment, to be sure.
And we never had this conversation. So he kind of turns
Of
and
course, sir.
looks out the
I
window.
just came. I came back to the ship to take a proper Cardassian shower. Isn't that right, Wayside?
Yes, very refreshing shower.
Very well. Good day, Gull.
He just kind of turns his head and nods.
I'll say to Waysa on our way out, says, well, that is the end of my career right there.
And as you're walking down the corridors, you hear the slight scream of a couple Cardassians in agony as you head to the transporter room.
Okay. I guess that explains why we couldn't find those other two. All right. Well, I will beam down and I will speak to Federation Council at their convenience.
Whenever the Federation Council is ready.
Mr. Syme?
We'll allow it.
I present the Cardassian position. Given the muddling of the evidence and the contamination of said processing, I don't believe that I have enough grounds for a full conviction of the original things. I am prepared to offer uh, 2-year confinement at your penal colony and a resignation of his commission. And then that way we can avoid any widespread political ramifications that will come from what is clearly a poorly run situation.
I, of course, am obligated to present your offer to my client. We'll talk to him and see what he says. Mr. Jacobs, Mr. Thanar?
Agreed.
Are you sure? Clearly, it was a matter of self-defense. We have evidence enough of that, at least for our personal take. However, such a harsh sentence for such a thing seems over the top. Perhaps a demotion and a year.
My offer is 2 years and resignation. If you want to take this to trial, I will rescind all that offer and we'll go for the full charge.
We'll at least present it to our client before we make any hasty decisions.
I await your pleasure.
We'll go and talk to Bailey.
So we're going to the trial.
Well, first, I'm obligated under Federation law to tell you that the Cardassians have made a new offer. You would plead guilty to manslaughter, resign your commission in Starfleet, serve 2 years in the Federation penal colony. That is their offer.
He kind of looks at the two of you like, and my odds if it goes to trial?
It's got to come down to the Romulans.
Indeed.
If the Romulans bought and paid for, you're screwed. If not,
And I'm looking at what do the Cardassian do to me if they extradite me?
Well, it won't be pretty, son.
Execution, most likely.
I agree with Mr. Thanar. Personally, I think you're getting a raw deal, Mr. Bailey. I can't guarantee you that I can sway the Romulan. I'm pretty confident in my abilities. That if the Romulan's playing straight, I think I can beat the Cardassian prosecutor. If the Romulan's bought and paid for, well, the Romulans have their own agenda. And that agenda is anti-Federation.
Oh, they have no love for the Cardassians either, but the GM's letting you know.
Yeah. It's up to you. It will come down to our ability to sway the Romulan versus the Cardassian prosecutor's ability to sway the Romulan.
Okay, real quick. How much further are you guys wanting to go? Is the question here.
I should have been in bed an hour and a half ago.
Okay.
I have really enjoyed the game. I'd be happy to continue it next week if you want. But
Unfortunately, that won't be possible.
Yeah.
So with that, just to wrap things up really quickly, I will let this down to essentially, if you guys want to role play it out real quick, because he doesn't feel like he should serve time, but he's kind of going on the fact that he thinks he might have the edge here, because the character would probably want the Bailey character would probably want to take this to trial and take his chances, because either way, like, he's doing what he wants to do. If he can't imagine life without it, so
Well,
figures he might as well be dead.
well, Dalzine, you wanna roll? You wanna go oppose command presence at each other? Just flat roll.
with focus,
Yeah, I have one. I imagine you've got one too if you're built as a lawyer.
how much threat do you have? Got 6?
I have 6.
Yeah, sure.
I'll
I'll
sure
spend-
throw all that threat at me.
Heck yeah.
We're not going flat roll, huh?
So you're rolling
No.
6 and 6. I'm assuming you're spending the 3 momentum, or are you just giving me
Yeah.
6 threat? Or
I guess I'm giving enough momentum and threat to equal his die pool.
okay.
I wonder if I've already used my talent, so. Oh, damn it.
Oh, look at that!
Oh,
You know,
Complication.
I'm going to give it to Marshall because we got the same roll, but I got a complication.
That was probably a hell
That's
of
so
an eagle
close. I love how
Okay.
it's so symmetrical.
That seems perfectly fair to me.
here's what's going to happen. Because of all the evidence that has been presented, and both sides making very compelling arguments, with the added complication, obviously the Federation went with their 3 votes. The Cardassians went with their 3 votes, because it's in their best interest to save face on the matter.
Wait a minute. Would this count as a bargain? Or a backup plan?
Backup plan's a bit different. I'll look at the.
Or maybe a cold reading?
We both
not
cancel
as
each other out
sensitive.
on that because I have those talents as well.
Yeah. Are we playing the same character?
Almost, it sounds like.
Practically. What happens when you make lawyers? They tend to be in a narrow field of talent
Sure.
selection and focuses. I'm just gonna let the roll stand as it is. Just to
Okay.
end it.
worth a
Because
try.
technically it's both when it's a compromise in a way.
Yeah.
The court has deemed that Petty Officer Bailey will be court-martialed but not be extradited. And because of what happened and how everything is muddled, he will not serve time because of lack of evidence.
Well, it's going to be court-martialed. That's a whole nother process.
Yeah, that's a whole other
Yeah.
process, and that's another court for Federation stuff. But
Yeah.
in that case, a court martial is going to go ahead on the Federation side of things, but he will not be extradited per complication. So it's semi-victory on both sides, semi-loss.
Sure. Except that I will probably wind up, disappearing on my way home to retire.
That would be the goal.